Council members online. Councillor Salvador, can I pick you
Hi there.
to help fill the quorum?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So I think, I don't think so. We don't need to vote on that. Okay. Okay, so then maybe we'll just call this meeting to order. And at this time, I'd like to start by acknowledging that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll do a roll call. I am here. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Carmel is away with notice, and Councillor Stevenson's running a bit late. And online, I'm not quite logged in, but I know we have Councillor Salvador. Good morning.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
And I'm sorry, I don't, anybody else?
I'm here.
Oh, good. Mayor Sohi, good morning.
Good morning.
And we have quorum with 3 of us as well.
And Councillor Principe is here.
Councillor Principe, good morning. Anybody else?
Good morning.
Okay, I'm not hearing any, and we do have quorum. At this time, I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda.
Sure, so moved. I'll move. Yeah, I'll move the adoption of the agenda as is.
Please vote. I'm a yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Thank you, Councillor
Yes.
Tang. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Rutherford, would you like to approve the minutes?
I sure would. I will move. I'm just trying to pull up on my e-scribe. Okay, there is that the February 6th, 2024, I couldn't remember the date. Urban Planning Committee meeting minutes be approved.
Great. Any questions on that? No questions, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. As Chair Stevenson gets settled here, I can just finish up this round. Protocol items, not aware of any, correct? Okay. And we can go to select items debate. If folks would just want to pipe in. I'm happy to select actually all of them as we have speakers on all items. So that's 7, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we will vote on reports not selected for debate, and that's 4, 1, 5, 1, 5, 2.
I'm a yes.
Please vote. Unless there's questions.
Yes, I don't think we vote on 4, but yes.
Thanks.
I'm also yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I'll return the chair to you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Councillor Tang. Really appreciate you getting us kicked off for what looks to be a really full day with some robust discussion. So happy to turn over to administration for a presentation on our first item. Call the speakers. Oh yeah, what have we accomplished already?
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. This morning, committee has passed the recommendations of the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, licenses for e-scooters and e-bikes. Item 5.2, affordable housing contribution options, further information and recommendations. And at this time, Councillor Stevenson, we do need to address speakers.
Excellent. Councillor Principe? Did you have a question? Oh, okay. Well, we'll move then to request to speak. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, Chair Stevenson, I'll move that Urban Planning Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate for items 7, 1, 2, and 3. We'll hear from Heather McKenzie, Solar Alberta, remote, Dave Turnbull, Canadian Home Builders Association, remote, Gregory Caldwell, ATCO Gas, remote, and Jacob Kumar, Edmonton Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee, remote. And for item 7.4, potential work plan for rezoning priority areas, we have Rob Smythe from Glenora Community League, remote, Jacob Dewan, Grow Together Edmonton, actually everyone's remote, that's right. Kim Clay from Scona District Community Council, Wendy Antoniak, Lynn Odinsky from Old Glenora Conservation Association, Drina Schneider, Greater Hardesty Community Sustainability Coalition, Elaine Solas, Scona District Community Council, and Lindsay Certain, Glenora Community League.
Thank you very much. Please vote to hear from these speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Excellent. I don't see any requests for specific times on the agenda. And so with that, we will go over to administration for presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Kim Petrin, the Deputy City Manager for Urban Planning and Economy. Today joining me for the presentation is Kent Snyder, Branch Manager, Planning and Environment Services, Chandra Tamaris, Director, Environment and Climate Resilience, and Christian Felsky, Director, Renewable Energy Systems. To open our discussion today, I would like to provide you with some introductory remarks to set the table for the 3 climate-related reports at committee today. Edmonton's climate action efforts are important city building initiatives that will help shape Edmonton's future. This area of work will require transformational change in order to achieve our goal of climate resilience. Today's climate conversation starts a conversation on the buildings that will be constructed in the coming years and decades, as well as the energy that will be needed to supply them. The first report is related to motions to discuss next steps related to improving energy efficiency in new construction. The second is a report on the next steps in implementing the district energy strategy. The provincial government is responsible for adopting the level of energy performance required under the building code. Edmonton does not have the powers to regulate to a higher level. However, there are other options to advance action, and this presentation will outline the next steps that administration will take. Without regulation as an opportunity, we need to increase our advocacy and partnership efforts to achieve our climate goals. Administration will be returning in June this year with a high-level climate resilience planning and development framework that will identify options for climate action throughout the planning and development process. We will include the mandatory energy labeling option in that report to provide Council with a holistic look at potential climate actions. Regarding district energy, Edmonton has taken bold steps to establish its first 2 district energy systems in Blatchford and downtown. Further growth of Edmonton's district energy network will be necessary to further reduce emissions from heating and cooling buildings and also to improve the resiliency of our local energy systems. Colleagues from the Integrated Infrastructure Branch will speak to plans to grow Edmonton's district energy network. As we work to implement climate action, there are going to be difficult conversations. Transformational change is not quick and it's not easy, and it requires ongoing commitment and leadership. This is essential, and as we discuss next steps, I'm certain we will find opportunities for making meaningful short-term and long-term impacts. I will now ask Chandra to present the importance of emission-neutral and climate-prepared buildings.
Thank you. If we could move to the next slide. If we meet our climate action goals, we will create a healthier city and a planet. Edmontonians will have homes that are more resilient and are safer during future weather events. Climate actions will also make homes more comfortable and save Edmontonians money by lowering energy costs. With climate action, Edmontonians will see a rise in their safety, and quality of life. The city continues to increase its efforts to reduce the impacts of climate change and has set bold and ambitious climate targets, and we're taking action to achieving them. Connect Edmonton's goal of climate resilience outlines a transition to a low-carbon future and a community preparing for a changing climate. Council-approved strategies that support this goal include Council-approved strategies that support this goal include City Plan, the Community Energy Transition Strategy, and Climate Resilience Edmonton's adaptation strategies. These strategies will help shape Edmonton's future economy and the way our city is built. You can do next slide, please. Buildings are a key pathway in Edmonton's journey towards climate resilience. There are two important parts to this pathway. The first part of this pathway is working towards having an emission-neutral building stock. To be emission-neutral, buildings need to be highly energy efficient and also supplied with renewable energy. This is the focus of the energy transition strategy. The second part of this pathway is preparing buildings to be ready for our shifting climate and to also have resilient energy systems. This is the focus in the climate resilience adaptation strategy. These are important and connected topics. If we think back to the start of this year, the provincial government issued an emergency alert to reduce power usage. The extreme cold resulted in high power demand that placed the Alberta grid at high risk of rotating power outages. Having highly energy efficient buildings reduces the amount of energy that is needed. They also retain heat better if energy systems are disrupted. And finally, the use of distributed energy, such as solar with batteries or district energy systems, increase the overall resilience of the grid. The focus of this first presentation is on the energy efficiency of buildings. Buildings are crucial to meeting our climate targets, as they make up 39% of Edmonton's emissions, and their energy efficiency directly impacts cost and comfort. For a typical two-income, owner-occupied household in Edmonton, the share of average monthly household spending in 2019 on shelter, which includes mortgage payments, condo fees, and utilities such as heating and cooling, was estimated to be about approximately 18%. Increasing energy costs will pose a growing affordability challenge, as will growing insurance rates due to increasing severe weather events. Earlier this year, the Insurance Bureau of Canada was quoted as saying the homes and financial health of over 1.5 million Canadians are at high and growing risk. According to the Insurance Bureau of Canada, severe weather caused $330 million in property damage in Alberta in 2023 and caused $3.1 billion in insured damages across Canada, making it the fourth worst year for insured damages in Canadian history. These are the challenges that are facing buildings and those who live, work, and play in them today. Addressing the growing challenge of existing buildings is critically important. However, the focus of this first presentation is not on existing buildings, but instead the buildings that are yet to be built. With that, I will now turn it over to Kent Snyder for more information on approaches that are available for the city to use for new building construction.
Thank you. The city plan is a growth plan and looks to add 1 million more people into our community. And to house those folks, an additional 400,000 units are needed. This includes that half of these buildings will be constructed as new and the other half will be accommodate these units through rebuilding and redevelopment of those homes. And how these units are built, these new units, will directly impact our long-term climate resilience. Next slide, please. City Plan and the Energy Transition Strategy identifies levers of change that are tools, actions, or approaches the city can use to bring about the change needed. These tools are establishing policy and regulation, infrastructure investment, such as the city requiring all new city facilities to be built to an emissions neutral and climate resilient standard, incentives, pricing, or subsidies to apply a cost premium or to reduce the cost to encourage an action, partnership and advocacy to advance common goals, and finally activation through awareness and education efforts to encourage and support climate resilience outcomes. It's important to note that one tool that we do not have in our toolbox is the ability to regulate or require higher levels of energy efficiency through the building codes. The provincial government is responsible for selecting which tier of the energy code will be adopted. Recently, the provincial government announced amendments to provincial legislation that provides certainty that the big cities, Edmonton and Calgary, do not have the ability under the city charter powers to regulate to a tier higher than is adopted provincially. Next slide. The city, though, still has levers of change or approaches it can bring to bring about change that's required. It's important to note that each lever has different impacts and costs associated with it. Some levers have significant direct greenhouse gas impacts, and other levers are enabling impacts. Using the policy and regulation lever, work has started to identify climate actions across the planning and development continuum. And as previously noted, administration will bring a report to committee in Q2 that will provide a high-level framework that will outline the what and when for climate change to be integrated into our planning and development processes. Using the partnership and advocacy lever is critically important to achieve our climate goals. The executive leadership team's climate task force has begun work to develop a climate partnership and advocacy playbook, and we will use this work to inform our approaches for working with stakeholders for example, in advocating for the adoption of Tier 2 or higher of the Energy Code, as well as for a published schedule of when additional tiers will be adopted by the province. Using the incentive lever, administration will begin this year to pilot a green permitting approach that will provide a non-financial incentive to build to a higher tier by providing expedited permitting. And finally, using the activation lever, energy labeling provides information and awareness on the amount of energy that a building uses. This is considered an enabling action because it does not directly reduce emissions. Administration will include mandatory energy labeling as a potential action for Council to consider as part of the upcoming planning and development framework. Next slide, please. Administration conducts an annual survey to understand Edmontonians' perception of climate change. And for the last few years, we consistently see about 3/4 of the population sharing a concern about climate change. That same survey identified that 85% of Edmontonians view having their homes being energy efficient as important to them, and 74% agree that an EnerGuide label disclosing energy efficiency would be useful. Unlike the survey results, targeted stakeholder feedback on building to higher standards and on mandatory energy labeling was mixed. Many industry stakeholders cited the importance of having consistent building code requirements across the province, and that building more energy efficient homes will add construction costs that could impact affordability in our community. Council's Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Advisory Committee identified that though there are additional costs to building up to a higher code, these homes are often more affordable as they have lower overall energy costs long term. Many industry stakeholders believe that a mandatory energy labeling program for new homes will have a low cost, but also have a limited impact on achieving climate goals as it is an awareness building tool. Next slide, please. The next steps outlined in the report are still early efforts in our collective journey. The decade in front of us will see changes in our approaches to scale up our climate actions, and if we move strategically and with speed, our community can achieve large emissions reductions and prepare ourselves for the impacts of the changing climate. We'll now ask the Integrated Infrastructure Services team to present regarding Edmonton's district energy strategy.
Thank you, Ken, and good morning, Mayor and Councillor. My name is Christian Falski, and I'm the Director of Renewable Energy Services within IIS. Joining me today are also Lida Fialka and Kelly Fordyce, who both are managing the district energy strategy work within our group. We're here today to present on the implementation steps of Edmonton's first district energy strategy. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, to accelerate the decarbonization of buildings in Edmonton, it is essential that both building energy performance and low carbon or net zero energy supply be considered. As regulating for higher energy levels than minimum building code does not seem to be viable at this time, It is important to focus what options could collectively bring us closer to our climate targets. One high-impact option is to implement and grow Edmonton's district energy network to supply low-carbon energy on a community or neighborhood scale. Next slide, please. The energy transition strategy outlines a bold vision for the complete build-out of a citywide decarbonized district energy network by 2050. Administration is in planning stages of this work, as it is critical to enable the necessary expansion over the next couple of decades. As you probably are aware, we have begun the development and operation of the first 2 district energy opportunity areas in Blatchford and in the downtown. These are circled blue on this map you see. To understand the breadth of the opportunity for district energy in Edmonton, we completed a technical study resulting in the identification of 15 district energy opportunity areas. Over time, these areas indicated by circles on the map have the potential to interconnect into an efficient, large-scale, decarbonized energy network. This is illustrated by the green outline. As of today, it is estimated that the annual emission reductions at full build-out across all opportunity areas could be in the order of 230,000 tons of CO2 equivalent per year. It should be noted that district energy is not a solution for all areas of Edmonton. In areas outside of those identified as optimal for district energy, other technologies and approaches to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, such as high-efficiency building envelopes or deep energy retrofits, may be preferred. The district energy strategy represents a starting point. It highlights the importance of initial city leadership, not only in the initial ownership of new district energy systems, but also in establishing a regulatory framework leading to increased private investment. As stated, this work will not happen overnight, and there are challenges that we need to address. Next slide, please. Firstly, in the absence of regulations or higher carbon prices, the low cost and simplicity of gas-fired energy in new and existing buildings provide limited incentives to lower greenhouse gas emissions from buildings or connect to district energy. Secondly, while district energy can reduce the long-term costs of low-carbon energy in denser neighborhoods, the initial costs and load risks can be barriers for initiating new systems. Load risk can encompass both uncertainty in future development as well as uncertainty of building connections. Last but not least, the development of a district energy system requires coordination among many stakeholders, including developers, building owners, utilities, and other internal and external stakeholders to the city. This complexity can become a deterrent. Hence, initial city leadership is crucial to its success. Needless to state that these barriers are not exclusive to Edmonton. Cities around the world have experienced and overcome similar barriers with a similar or slightly adjusted approach to that presented today. Next slide, please. In accordance with the strategy, we are currently advancing a threefold approach to address and overcome these barriers. Immediate focus areas of work include advancing techno-economical studies in prioritized opportunity areas, conducting regulatory background work in an effort to compel connections to de-risk new district energy systems, but also developing a roadmap for private investment and operational district energy expertise in Edmonton. These three focus areas are currently being advanced in parallel as they do overlap. However, all are critical to the successful implementation of the strategy. Next slide, please. The strategy calls for city-led technical feasibility studies. The goal of these studies is to identify a preferred low-carbon technology, potential site service area, system phasing approach, and financial information for business case and utility development. Current work includes expansion projects we are doing in the downtown core and in Blatchford, but also initial work in river crossing and exhibition land. During this budget cycle, we're also planning feasibility work in other areas like Bonnie Doon or Heritage Valley. Doing this, we're applying a flexible approach and to be ready when opportunity areas priority levels are changing so that we can adjust to this change accordingly. Next slide, please. This brings us to the second focus area of developing a regulatory framework to compel building connections. Given the recently announced amendments to the city charter powers that my UPE colleagues spoke about earlier, it is important to focus on the municipal authority that exists. Through the provision of low carbon energy from the district energy system to connected buildings, district energy is even more a viable option to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from new and existing buildings. The strategy outlines a policy framework for compelling connections as schematically shown on this slide. Initiation of new district energy systems require strong connection requirements or incentives to mitigate thermal load risk. This is where mandatory connection bylaws are effective and within the city's authority to implement. There's an existing mandatory connection bylaw in Blatchford, and council could choose to support the implementation of similar bylaws in other opportunity areas. Further, City Council may support updating the city's climate resilience policy, CEED 627, to require connection and or readiness to connect of all city-owned and city funding buildings to a potential system. This is a strategy that many municipalities have leveraged to grow district energy nodes. Possible example of such an approach would be the Expo Center located in the Exhibition Lands development. In the long term, the district energy strategy supports greenhouse gas emission regulations for both new construction and existing buildings, as this would encourage buildings to connect to district energy as the possible lowest cost and easiest compliance pathway. Given the proposed updates to city charter regulation powers, however, this does not seem a viable option at this time. Next slide, please. Having the regulatory framework in place to de-risk investment, as well as the feasibility studies completed to understand the economic and technical information, will go hand in hand with the third focus area of private partnership development. The district energy strategy outlines an approach where new district energy systems are initially city-owned, and once adequately established with connections in place and planned, the city could divest of the assets and reinvest in a new opportunity area. Municipal ownership of new systems is important to direct low carbon objectives and align with broader social and economic goals. However, this does not necessarily mean that all systems are designed, financed, owned, operated, and maintained by the city. To this point, we are evaluating private partnership investment models. We are developing a roadmap followed by a procurement strategy to access private sector expertise and capital. It is clear that achieving the vision of a citywide district energy network will require both initial public and private sector involvement. Next slide, please. For next steps, and within this budget cycle, we are advancing technical work by continuing to grow the downtown system, Blatchford, and starting work in other priority district energy opportunity areas. We will circle in on a robust regulatory framework to compel district energy connection, and we will continue to develop a roadmap and a procurement strategy to investigate a private sector district energy partner or partners. Administration will return to the appropriate committee and or council at key milestones with updates on a project-specific overall process basis. We are confident and excited that the approach presented today will enable successful implementation of district energy in Edmonton. We appreciate the opportunity to present today and are looking forward to hearing any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to our public speakers. For those of you who haven't spoken at committee before, just a reminder that we will hear from you in panels. That means that you'll each have 5 minutes to present. After you've all had a chance to present, there'll be an opportunity for members of committee and other council colleagues to ask you questions. There will be a timer available on the screen. It's green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the last minute, and red when your time is up. Just remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're having any technical issues, you can reach out to the city clerk at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. And with that, we'll go to our first speaker, Heather McKenzie from Solar Alberta.
Good morning. Could you let me know when the slides are up on that end? Or would you like me to share slides?
We'll get them up on our end, and I'll let you know when they're displayed.
Good.
All right, you are ready to go. You can just let us know when the slides need to be advanced.
Sounds good. Well, hello, my name is Heather McKenzie. I'm the Executive Director of Solar Alberta. Solar Alberta is a nonprofit society dedicated to accelerating Alberta's transition to a just and sustainable energy future. Next slide, please. Having reviewed the Energy Code report, I wish to share some comments and concerns. Firstly, I believe the report overstates the capital cost impacts of higher tiers. Statements about a higher upfront cost for higher tiers are emphasized repeatedly throughout the report. However, Table A3-1 in Attachment 4 clearly shows that the capital cost increase estimates are only 1 to 2% for Tier 3. This overstating of capital costs throughout the report may be misleading for councillors and others who may not have had a chance to review the table at the end. Next slide, please. Next, the report overstates the city-led green development occurring in Blatchford and on other city-sold land. Please be aware that the report misrepresents the situation in Blatchford where I live, stating that there are emissions neutral requirements and that Blatchford uses 100% renewable energy. First of all, a natural gas peaker is embedded in the geothermal plant in Blatchford. Secondly, the city is planning another phase of development in Blatchford that will likely not be renewable. Third, a number of homes already have natural gas piped in for appliances. And lastly, most buildings in Blatchford are not being built in a solar-ready way. Because of this, they are only emissions neutral for heating, not for electricity. Because the claims about Blatchford in this report are overstated, this leads me to believe that more information is needed to verify the claims that the city is requiring higher efficiency in city-led developments and in land sale agreements in general. I suspect the city likely needs to significantly enhance the regulatory framework they are using for these matters in order to achieve their goal in relation to emissions neutral buildings. Next slide, please. My understanding was that the intent of this report was to explore how to go above and beyond the existing built environment standards, but this report does not appear to provide information about that. I was surprised and disappointed to read the statement on page 4 that administration will outline opportunities for the integration of climate action across the planning and development spectrum through a high-level climate resilience framework scheduled for council in Q2. Given that this report today was originally supposed to come forward in October and was already delayed by 4 months, now seeing that any substantive regulatory ideas are being delayed by yet another quarter is really alarming. Even then, the planned Q2 report is described as a high-level framework. Language like that suggests it will once again give little, if any, information about how to advance emissions-neutral buildings in a meaningful and concrete way. It is clear that all incentive and education with no regulation or costing is not moving the needle on green buildings in Edmonton. So delays like this are very disconcerting. Next slide, please. I'd like to end my presentation today with a few final comments and concerns. First of all, we were pleased to see consideration is being given in the SEEP expansion to the conclusion of new homes. The inclusion of new homes is particularly important when it comes to solar, as the current structure of SEEP and other incentive programs is a disincentive for builders to integrate solar from the get-go. Secondly, the report underestimates the cost of natural gas. Attachment 4 states that fuel switching to electricity may be more costly due to the higher cost of electricity compared to natural gas. This statement doesn't seem to factor in carbon pricing. Even if the current version of the carbon tax does end at some point, there will almost certainly be some other form of consumer carbon pricing that will result in the shift to electricity being more and more economical for Edmontonians. Finally, the Emissions Neutral Building Industry Advisory Group summary misrepresents member feedback. I have participated in these engagement sessions for approximately 3 years and was very surprised that the report contained no mention of some members' desire for enhanced regulation and policy to ensure a level playing field and to achieve the city's goals with respect to emissions neutral buildings. I was not alone in the meetings in having that perspective and would love for that have been shared. Thank you for taking this feedback into consideration. I look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Next, we'll go to Dave Turnbull from the Canadian Home Builders Association. You have 5 minutes. If you are there. Dave, we see you. We see you're unmuted, but we don't hear you. No, I'm sorry, we're still not getting anything. If you'd like, we can go to our next speaker, and you can try to resolve that. Sometimes just hanging up and joining back again seems to work. We'll come back to you in just a moment. So then we'll go next to Gregory Caldwell from ATCO Gas. Are you there with us this morning?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you loud and clear. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So I would like to start by just first thanking everyone for their work that they put into these reports and their presentations that they gave to all of us. They're interesting and really helpful for people like me who are coming here to provide my point of view on behalf of ATCO. I apologize, I'm just getting over a cold. My voice is cracking a little bit. But what I want to get into here is just a few key items that as we see working through the energy transition, and just for those of you that I've not met before, I'm Director of Utility Hydrogen Strategy and Decarbonization for ATCO. We are facing an uphill challenge as a city and as a nation with energy costs, and those are hitting everything from cost of living to cost of food and our just general standard of living. And when we look at the best ways through our work to decarbonize both our gas and electric systems, what we believe is essential and what we believe is essential for the city to support is that we get policy in place here in Alberta that supports long-term, affordable, and achievable decarbonization of these networks. So I have presented to council before, but I want to raise again that just labeling homes or trying to implement more advanced energy codes will not really get us there. They're good steps to reducing emissions, and they're good steps to reducing, in some cases, total energy used in the home. But we are not going to get there unless we have programming in this province that allows for significant blending of things like renewable gases and hydrogen into our gas network, demand side management, which is better known as energy efficiency programming. Alberta is the only jurisdiction in pretty much North America that does not have that. I know the city has put some programs forward and has had some really great success with those programs, but ultimately those things are, they're just scratching the surface because the city doesn't have the resources to do this province-wide and even city-wide for the amount of demand that even you see through programs like the Green Building Program. So what I want to say is focusing on new housing, specifically for advanced energy codes, while it's nice to do, I actually don't think is where the city should be putting its resources. I think the city should be working with utilities across this province to ensure that we can keep housing affordable and that the energy going into those homes has a lower life cycle carbon intensity for the many, many decades to come. The final thing I want to mention, Heather did mention the feedback that was given to through the NBAG committee. And what I will say is that I thought the report was relatively balanced, but I do take her point that there was some stuff maybe missing, but I do think the committee really did try to balance the feedback. And finally, on just cost. And I want to get back to that. Fully delivered natural gas today costs a consumer 5 cents a kilowatt hour. Fully delivered electricity, depending on your contract and a few other things, is close to 20 cents a kilowatt hour. The reality is most Canadians, most Albertans are struggling with costs. And whatever we do, we need to take that into account so that we don't make things worse. I think I'll end there and I'll give some time back to the committee. I know Dave hopefully has his his sound worked out now, but I want to just finally say we also do support the district energy strategy. I think the work that Christian's doing is really excellent, and district energy has a part to play in this. But I'll reiterate my comments that we just need to find a way to all work together to come up with the best cost solution for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for joining us this morning and for your comments. I'll go back to Greg Caldwell if you've been able to resolve your technical challenge. Oh,
Actually, it's Dave.
I'm so sorry. Dave Turnbull.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Hello.
Perfect. Hello. Sorry about that, guys. Good morning, committee members. My name is Dave Turnbull. I'm the president and lead energy analyst at Interspec Energy Consulting. I'm here today representing the Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton region. Our association represents over 400 member companies involved in the home building across Metro Edmonton, from excavations to foundations all the way to the finishing touches like plumbing fixtures and countertops. As somebody who's on the front line of energy audits, I can tell you from my own experience that new home builds are getting more efficient every day, and that energy efficiency seems to be becoming more and more important to consumers than ever before. However, there's still a long way to go for the older homes that were built with mechanical systems and construction techniques that are now considered horribly obsolete. The incoming set of tiered codes begins implementation May 1st, and the CHBA with its partners have been working to ensure that we understand the changes and new requirements for home construction and the expectations and interpretations of the city inspectors. As the report points out, the City of Edmonton does not have the authority to regulate matters that are part of the provincial building code. This is wise because the codes are incredibly complex, and learning the best way to implement changes requires time and effort, and the context in Alberta related to climate conditions and energy sources is not the same as the rest of Canada. Our members, to give our members the best possible head start, the CHBA Edmonton region has been conducting a series of educational events related to greener building approaches. In fact, recently we had to double our capacity for our 6-part Builder Breakfast series on the road to net zero because the demand was so high. So clearly this is something that industry is interested in. We have supplemented the Builder Breakfast now by adding a half-day workshop through Natural Resources Canada's local energy efficiency partnerships to provide detailed instruction on how to construct the most efficient building envelopes. And then finally, we're also, in addition to your kind selves, we are supporters of the Emission Neutral Building Information Exchange known as NBEX, which is a resource that builders can consult for solutions to make buildings better. And this is hosted by the Alberta EcoTrust Foundation. So in light of all this, it shouldn't surprise the committee to hear that many of our members are already using energy labels, and new homes are already being built to a high standard for efficiency. This Canadian Home Builders Association, in representing both high volume builders as well as builders who only do a few residential units a year, wants to highlight for the committee that while many builders have labels on their homes, smaller businesses, the smaller home builders are still using the prescriptive building side of the code, and this would cause them to have to change their processes, and they would be impacted quite a bit by mandatory labeling. The last thing we want to talk about a little bit is we think it's important that the city has declared both a climate crisis and a housing crisis. Both of these issues are important, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out that many of the elements that make housing units more energy efficient also have a higher cost attached to them. Affordability should be part of the consideration of council when they're making broader decisions about impacting housing costs. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. We at CHBA support building more efficiently and appreciate our partnerships working with the city on implementing code changes that impact home energy efficiency.
Great, thank you so much. We'll go now to our last speaker, Jacob Komar from the Edmonton Transition and Climate Resilience Committee. Good morning, Jacob.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can. You've got 5 minutes.
Awesome, thank you. Hello, councillors, members of the Urban Planning Committee. My name is Jacob Komar, and I'm here to speak to you as the co-chair of the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee. What a crazy situation we find ourselves in. The provincial government intends to change our city charters to ensure that we cannot take steps to tackle climate change by requiring greener buildings, which make up over 30% of our emissions. This, along with the moratorium on renewables, is just an insane ideological battle against climate action, which they clearly don't believe in. This is why we must act with even more urgency and ambition. Nobody said it's going to be easy. Without these powers, our tools are limited, but as noted in the Advanced Energy Codes report and our memo, we do have a lot of options. We need to immediately enact a suite of tools and incentives to do essentially the same thing that a mandated energy code would do. And I must unfortunately disagree with Greg Caldwell's comments that higher energy tiers won't get us there. They absolutely will, as long as we are electrifying buildings with heat pumps and renewables. Blending hydrogen has an almost zero chance of reducing our emissions or costs unless we can overcome the second law of thermodynamics. And just to back up for a second and give some background, currently we use the National Energy Code for Buildings, or NECB 2017 edition, for Part 3 or commercial buildings, and a separate code for residential buildings. These performance-based codes require all buildings to meet a baseline level of performance by comparing to a reference model built to the prescriptive requirements of the code. The new version of the NECB 2020 is very similar to the 2017 edition, but has tightened up some requirements like better windows and more efficient equipment, which means it's likely a 10% improvement on the previous code. This code also adds 4 energy performance tiers, which can be mandated by cities. Tier 1 is the base level, or 0% improvement. Tier 2 is a 25% improvement. Tier 3 is 50%. Tier 4 is 60%. The idea is the code won't change going forward, but we will require higher tiers. The province has adopted Tier 1, or base level improvement or performance. So if we can't mandate Tier 2, for example, or higher performance standards, which cities like Vancouver, Squamish, Kelowna, Toronto, Montreal, Canberra, and others have done, what can we do? Well, we can use incentives. For example, anytime we rezone a parcel, this creates huge value for a developer. We can use our land use bylaw to require higher performance out of these buildings. Or we can use priority permitting for net zero ready or higher tier buildings. We basically have to say that permits are prioritized based on energy performance. We want to send a message that if you only do base code, you will be waiting. We could also offer variances on building performance based on performance targets. There are many things we can do. The Environmental Law Center, along with some partners, released a report detailing all the tools and all the legal implications. The report that you received also has detailed options, and we should be implementing as many as we can immediately. We should use them to essentially mandate the performance code, but basically using incentives. We must remember that every single building that we build that isn't net zero ready is simply adding to the pile of buildings we need to retrofit in the future. Let's stop going into that debt. It is much more costly and difficult to retrofit a building, and we're placing that burden on Edmontonians. It's also worth mentioning that every single fossil fuel-based home and building that we adds to the pollution of our city as they spew toxic gases onto our neighbor's home. The best part is this isn't expensive. We're building Tier 3 compliant buildings, so 50% better than code, for 1% to 2% cost premium, in some cases cheaper than traditional. In our experience, getting all the way to net zero can cost only 3 to 5% premium. We can do it today. We don't lack technology or capacity or anything. We simply lack the will. The industry may push back like they always do, but the facts don't back it up. And a perfect tie-in to this discussion is our district energy report. District energy makes everything we talked about above easier and is foundational to decarbonize our buildings. These systems can provide a no capital cost tie-in to renewable systems, which allows you to reduce energy substantially. The current NECB codes don't allow you to take credit, for district energy, but as part of our incentives, we could allow that in credit, essentially allow people to reach these higher level of tiers simply by connecting to the district energy system. We also want to stress that these renewable systems should be deployed through utilities as soon as possible, whether they are district systems or not. Sometimes connecting buildings together doesn't make sense. We should fund those systems. Why isn't EPCOR funding the transition with heat pump retrofits on individual buildings? There are many utilities in Canada doing this, including Enwave, Subterra, and even Enbridge. So let's act now, use every tool at our disposal. It's not even about climate action anymore. We need to protect Edmontonians from future energy costs and retrofit costs. This will be a huge burden on Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all our speakers. We'll go now to committee colleagues if you have any questions of our speakers, and of course any members of council who may be interested. I think Councillor Tang wanted to start us off. Great. Go to you.
Great, thank you very much for all of you taking the time out of your busy schedule this morning and sharing your perspective. Maybe I'll start with Dave. Yeah, appreciate you talking about a lot of the new builds now are just far more energy efficient than older homes. I'm curious, has CHBA done any kind of analysis of projects that your members are doing? You know, how many of them, just based on the report, we know that you know, a lot of builders are building higher tiers regardless. Do you have a sense of kind of the, I guess, the uptake among your membership?
Difficult question. In terms of having an analysis done, CHBA wouldn't have access to that data. Actually, City of Edmonton did one based on the permitting side, and they found that a lot of the homes that are running down the performance path are mostly hitting tier 2, and a great deal of them are hitting tier 3. And that's just based, if I can just go a little bit further off, that's based on the paper side of it, and that's based on 2.5 air changes. Most Edmonton builders that we're testing are somewhere near half of that, which would definitely move those homes up into a higher tier, or at least very, very close to it. So yeah, we do see that they are, but unfortunately, because we can't collect the data, there's no way for us to collect that data in actuality. It's become more of an anecdotal thing. I can speak.
Yeah, I guess I was just wondering if, you know, the association polls your members sometimes and, you know, have some of those conversations.
Yeah, unfortunately at this point, no.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Jacob, thank you very much for the committee's letter outlining your position on all three of the reports. I'm curious about your thoughts about energy labeling. You know, obviously this is one action in the strategy. It's you know, one tool out of many. I guess I'm out of all the things that we could be doing, you know, is this kind of where we get the most bang for our buck? You know, the resources dedicated to this, is this the right thing to invest now, versus, you know, other things that we could be working on for greater impact?
Energy labeling is not going to be a high bang for buck thing. I really, like, our committee is kind of ambivalent on it, and we had a good discussion about this. I personally, the tools behind the energy labeling aren't ideal and aren't perfect. Right. That being said, so that means, like, the numbers may not be great, and I have some anecdotes that I could share about that, but essentially, but we still feel that we need to still measure somehow. If we're going to create incentives, if we're going to require things, we still need to measure and find out where we are. And imperfect tools are still going to be better than nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I guess I'm also wondering if the committee, you know, as part of that conversation, kind of had this discussion about I guess a couple of things. In the report, it mentions that, I don't remember the specific name, but the climate impact along the development spectrum report that's coming back a little bit later, that might highlight a few other tools that we could be looking at as part of our development process. And, perhaps there could be a bigger conversation about energy labeling there. Do you think that's maybe another opportunity, a better opportunity for a more comprehensive look of not just on one thing, but like many things that we could be doing?
For sure, and we can have a more detailed discussion on energy labeling specifically. For us right now, it wasn't a priority. I think some of the other items in the discussion are much more important in our eyes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then last 30 seconds, do you have any thoughts about this trade-off or this balance with housing affordability that's been brought up a few times by other speakers?
I mean, it's funny because nobody looks at total cost of ownership. Like if a house costs $5,000 more to build, but you're paying $2,000 extra per month, or will in the future. And then remember, we do have to decarbonize, which means that these buildings will have to be retrofitted. How is that accounted for in the analysis?
Okay,
Retrofit.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll go next to Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. Maybe I'll just follow up on that, Jacob. So what you're saying is that we are not looking at the life cycle cost of overall how we build and how durable those homes will be or buildings be, and how much energy cost will be if they're built to better standard or lower standard. Is that what you're looking at?
Totally. Like, I mean, the industry will say, well, if we're required to do this and this, it'll cost whatever it is, $5,000 more in the first year to build.
Mm-hmm.
We're not looking at the monthly energy costs, or they hand over the home and they don't care if you can afford the energy bills or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the next 10 years, as carbon tax go up, as Heather mentioned, or as natural gas prices will go up inevitably, these costs will go up and the builders are long gone. Not to mention that we know we have to decarbonize. So eventually you have to rip out that furnace and replace it with something renewable. What's the cost of that in a retrofit situation? It's a huge burden.
So what tools do you think that city can deploy to encourage that kind of thinking, shifting in thinking, and through tools and policy? What is available to municipalities that we actually look at life cycle cost, not just the structure being built and then forget about energy cost and other stuff?
Well, I think this is where the higher performance tiers of the energy codes are super important. And looking at what other cities have done, I mean, obviously we've lost, like I mentioned, we've lost the ability to mandate energy codes, but higher energy tiers will eventually push people just by default of like, to renewable systems.
So recognizing that province took away their ability of municipalities to go above tier 1, which I'm disappointed absolutely, just like you are. I think we have to have those tools available, and we can use them as effectively and with the local context, right? So I'm disappointed with that. But beyond, like, what tools? Like, are you talking about incentives then that you talked about earlier on? Permitting incentives, property tax incentives. For example, one thing I heard from someone who actually retrofitted their old home, now their property value has gone up. And now they're paying more taxes than what they were paying before. So their energy consumption has gone down, but their overall assessment gone up, so they pay actually more property taxes. Is that what you're talking about, how we use those kind of incentives?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point we need to use any tools we have available to us. I do think that with priority permitting, for example, if you slow down the permitting for base level code compliance slow enough, people will just end up meeting higher energy tiers because they don't want to wait.
I don't think slowing is the solution, because that adds to the affordability of homes, right? But maybe expediting the people who are building to a higher standard. Maybe I'll come to Dave Turnbull. Thank you for joining us, everyone. Are other provinces building to better code energy standards compared to Tier 1 in Alberta?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Our neighbors to the west in BC have had a tiered energy code for several years now. And it was actually a really good study in how to not implement a tiered energy code. They went and allowed the municipalities to do whatever they wanted, and they wound up with a patchwork of building codes. And in some areas, it took 2 years for people to actually get their occupancy permits because nobody was quite sure on how to make it there. I think we've done a lot of learning because of that. Our neighbors directly to the east, starting this year, they started at Tier 2 of the National Building Code. They adopted it in its entirety, which was a huge mistake. Ontario has a slightly higher, they have the OBC, which is a little bit different than the National Building Code. And their energy side is based on the Energy Star system. So it is a little bit better than what our new code is going to be, but only marginally. I think it might be a Tier 2. And as we go further east, out into the Maritimes, it's not that they actually have high building codes, but to Jacob's point, their utility costs are so high that they've just taken on energy efficiency.
I'm out of time. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Great, thank you for the input. I've got a few questions, actually, maybe, Dave, just to stay with you. So just to clarify, we do highlight the opportunity to do joint advocacy. What is CHBA's position in terms of the tier that your organization is advocating to be adopted?
Well, for us, we wanted to start with Tier 1. The reason being, if I can be honest, there's a lot of unintended consequences of the NBC 2020 once you get beyond the other tiers. One of the things that I've noted in particular is in the Tier 2, once we start adopting that, there's a requirement for heat gain reduction that is so onerous that it would actually preclude us from being able to build attached building product. So all of our affordability options would go absolutely out the window with it. They know that this is a problem, and they do have changes in the works at National, but that would have absolutely crippled our affordability moving forward.
Just wondering in terms of other jurisdictions that are adopting the higher tiers, how are they resolving that?
Well, Saskatchewan just adopted January 1, so I've talked to a few inspectors there. They haven't seen anything there yet. The single family stuff isn't a problem in that particular case. It's just the attached product. And those are the only ones that have adopted the actual NBC. Everything else has a version of it.
Okay, so I guess, so just when we're, a question I'll have to administration is that when we're looking at that advocacy, it seems like that industry wouldn't necessarily be a partner in that advocacy for the adoption of Tier 2?
I think you could find a willing partner in going up there on a voluntary basis. I think there's a few things that we have to keep in mind as we go forward in the energy efficiency and one is that the energy efficiency is an object-based code. It tells you what the object is at the end. It doesn't tell you how to do that, and it doesn't tell you what the other consequences are. And one of the consequences that I have a big concern about as we get tighter and tighter buildings is water ingress into a home. In the older homes, we never worried about water ingress because we had so much air moving back and forth, it dried everything out. We're losing that opportunity. So we have to become a little tighter on the weather barriers and things like that on the outside so that we don't have all this bulk water coming in that can never dry out.
And sorry, I'm just mindful of my time. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I think that speaks to some of the ongoing capacity that, I really appreciate the work that CHBA is doing in terms of your breakfast series and continuing to support your members there. Maybe just very briefly, Yeah, so I know that some of your members, if I'm recalling correctly, are sort of more on the renovation rather than the new build. Is that correct, or am I confusing that with UDI?
Well, most of our members are greenfield and infill. We do have we do represent renovators as well.
Okay, and what are their thoughts in terms of the requirement for buildings undergoing renovations to meet the new codes? That seems like quite a significant shift.
It is, and they're struggling with it just like everybody else. Currently, the requirement is that it's the new areas that have to make the building code, which is that makes sense. If we're going to build something new, we should build it to the latest code. Allowing a 1950s home to be built like a 1950s home doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. I'm so sorry just to jump during my time. So I'll go just to Greg next, just in terms of ATCO. So, I think the question of Blatchford is an interesting one. So I understand that, infrastructure is being provided in that neighborhood for gas, natural gas, but just wondering the cost of that, given that it is likely to be fairly underutilized infrastructure, given the district energy system there.
The cost, the cost to build the infrastructure in Blatchford?
Build and maintain, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't have the numbers in front of me. I could provide them to you, but I've been involved in that, and I would say that the cost to install the pipe in Blatchford was a couple $100,000, probably $200,000 ish. The cost to maintain is extremely low. I mean, it's new plastic pipe, but just to be clear of why we installed that pipe, like we have an obligation to serve customers legally when they ask for gas, and so we put that in case customers asked.
Yeah,
and so
great.
that helps.
And I think that's on our end to address, so that's great. Thank you very much. I'll go next to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much. Really appreciate all the speakers taking the time to be with us today. I'll start with Speaker Komar. Appreciated some of your comments around the use of incentives and options for expedited permitting. I'm also wondering, I know other jurisdictions have like green development standards, even if it's like almost like a checklist style approach. Is that potentially something that could work? Do you have any other ideas around that incentive-based space?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is something obviously we need to dig into with, and the Environmental Law Center provided some comments, but there's lots of things we can do, whether it's, giving variances on areas or heights and things like that. Canmore actually is charging, can't remember the name of it now. It's basically a charge. I'm just going to try to find the name of it, but where they have a checklist of requirements and you have to meet them. And if you don't get your money back, essentially. There's a host of sweet tools, and we didn't want to be prescriptive and mandate all of them. I think we need to be creative. And if we can't use energy codes, which would have been the best tool, then I think we can replicate that with incentives.
Okay, that's really helpful. And I'll be asking Edmonton similar questions. Also, just jumping to the energy labeling question, I know in the letter that we received from ETCRC, it mentioned that measuring building performance is critical, especially for making informed energy decisions. But I'm also hearing you say that it might not be the best bang for our bucks. I'm just trying to square those and trying to, make sense of both of those perspectives.
Yeah, I mean, energy labeling and the inspections are only good as the people going out there. And just as an anecdote, I was helping a friend retrofit a home to close to net zero, and the EnerGuide label was estimating his energy usage as double what it actually was based on my energy model as well as his actual energy bills. And so when he got the upgrades done, all of the recommendations may be different if the energy use is overestimated by double or not realistic, partly because of Hot 2000 is not very good software, then the solutions to get there won't be perfect either. So I don't love the tools behind it, but again, it is a relative thing. So a lot of the things you need to do, air tightness will apply to most buildings. So, but again, how do you apply incentives without measuring it somehow? But I don't know if that answers the question.
Okay, that's helpful. I might come back to that. I also want to jump to Speaker Mackenzie. I appreciated your presentation. I was looking for a little bit more expansion on the SEEP program and its potential for new homes and why that's particularly important for solar. Could you help me understand that?
Yeah, for sure. So of course, if folks are allowed to have solar or any other SEEP funded, product on a new home, then of course they're going to have that conversation with their builder, right? So right now those conversations aren't happening. So that's part of why in Blatchford, for example, and other new neighborhoods, you're seeing the majority of homes are not going in solar ready. The majority of garages are not going in solar ready. A lot of things like that are happening because the conversations aren't happening. And the conversations aren't happening because they can't apply for programs like SEEP or the Canada Greener Homes Grant. And so if they're thinking about those things at the same time as they're making a home purchase, then those conversations are going to start happening. And so right now, the conversations are happening so late that we're experiencing a whole bunch of the costs that Jacob's mentioning. So we talk about the maybe $5,000 extra that you might pay for a net zero ready home. Well, what we're seeing because of a lack of regulation as well as poor programming for incentives is folks are getting not net zero ready homes. And then they're having to spend $5,000 making their home net zero ready again after the fact. So a perfect example is our home, the garage is not net zero ready. We didn't have that conversation because we didn't have a lot of programs available at that time. So, the retrofit cost on a new home, and it's just ridiculous to be retrofitting a brand new home just because you weren't having those conversations up front.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm out of time. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to go to Speaker Turnbull for a second. So I find this whole housing affordability conversation a bit almost disingenuous. And let me unpack that for a second, because we understand that everything has an impact on housing affordability, interest rates, construction prices, all sorts of different pieces. But I know that the bank is looking at my ability to pay when I'm buying a home, and they do factor in my energy bills, my electricity bills, my gas bills, etc. And when I look at the report done by Build Alberta about the tiered energy code roadmap, on page 3, it says, we can get to level 3 at the cost per home of for $3,300, or level 4 even for 20 grand. 20 grand sounds like a big sticker price, but when you factor in that could mean incredibly low energy bills for the next 50 years of your house. I can't find a mutual fund or a GIC or any other investment that would give me that kind of payback. So can you help me square this circle?
Okay. Well, I guess first off, there are a number of factors that work against this. On the affordability side, every time we add $5,000-$10,000 to the cost of a home, we take so many people out of the market. And then people buy, and I appreciate Jacob's statements, but people buy on first cost because that's what they have to qualify on. The banks,
well, some do though, right? Some do. Some do. Others, they may be having a different home. I mean, I think if maybe the analogy of if you had a choice between 2 Honda Civics, but one of them was $2,000 cheaper, but it just didn't come with a rear window, and you would get cold in winter. You just got to deal with it. I mean, which Honda will you buy? Well, if it's first purchase point, you'll go for the cheaper car. But I don't know that that's totally a fair.
But that is what we deal with in the field. So just to go counter your analogy, if I was to give somebody $5,000, and this is where, I think, I'm not a home builder, but I think this is where home builders get a bit of a bad rap, is that they're just responding to what the market wants. If we want massive uptick in energy efficiency, the public has to want it. The builders will build anything the public wants. But if we give somebody $5,000, so you bought a basic house, we're going to give you $5,000. Here's a grant with no strings attached. Where are they going to put it?
Can I challenge that? So are they building what the public wants? Or because when the public goes and looks at two homes, they both are going to be, double pane windows. They're not going to be triple pane windows. Like that has been decided by industry, and Build Alberta has been actively lobbying against any increase to the energy tiered codes, right?
We're not lobbying against the increase. We're lobbying that what we like is we want a steady increase. What we saw, particularly in areas in BC, when they jumped too far too fast, there were some unintended consequences. So what we have to do is we have to get to a certain level, and we have to get there as quickly as we can. But it's a huge industry, and we have to change. In addition to becoming more efficient, there's all the other building code changes that we have to administer as well. So energy efficiency just is only a part of it. But as we go more and more in the energy efficiency, like I mentioned before, we have to get better and better at the outside envelope. We have to get better and better at some other things. So it's not a case. I think it's misrepresented that we don't want the increases. The fact of the matter is we just don't want them to go too far too fast. So
But
something
like it was Build Alberta that was lobbying the province to remove this power from cities. Like we would be able to do this if it wasn't for Build Alberta's advocacy to the Premier to remove our ability to do tiered building codes, even on a timeline that makes sense. Like we all want affordability.
Yeah. Well, and that's what we're hoping the province will do, is they will put a plan together to have the tiers. I think Bill did put out a document saying, here's what we see the next, here's where we see tier 2 coming, here's where we see, we'd like to see tier 3 in such a period of time.
Great.
And
sorry, we're just on time, but thank you very much for that. I'll go next to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks. I don't have too many questions, but I do have one for Mr. Caldwell. You mentioned in your presentation the cost per kilowatt hour, right now for natural gas is 5 cents. And then my understanding was with district energy, it was 20 cents. What was the 20 cents?
Electricity.
Oh,
it was electric.
So gas is 5 cents?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And all in, and then electricity is 20 kilowatt hour. Okay.
Yep.
And then you said, so we need to take this into account and find the best cost solution. But could you elaborate on what your point was that you were making there, or what you see as that cost solution?
Yeah, so we're hearing from a number of speakers here to build more expensive houses and electrify those houses. And what I'm telling you is if you do that, not only to Dave's point, well, the house costs more, so less people can afford them, but the cost of energy in those homes will go up. And I own a home with a heat pump, just to be really, so people don't think I'm just some gas shill here. Like I own a home with a heat pump, and I understand how it works and how it doesn't work. But when it gets really cold, like we had a few weeks ago, and you're using all your heat energy, your coefficient of performance on your heat pump is effectively 1. So you're paying 20 cents a kilowatt hour to heat your home when you could be paying 5 cents. And on top of it, all the electricity comes from natural gas and coal during those periods, because wind and solar have capacity factors less than 10%. So you're not even reducing emissions. So I'm just saying we have to look at the whole system and make smart decisions, which it goes back to my advocacy comment of we should advocate for a cleaner pipeline network, because we're going to be stuck with a pipeline network for a long time. And the reason I say that is during the same peak period, the electricity system in Alberta delivered 12 gigawatts. The pipeline network delivered 110 gigawatts. 12 and 110. You're not replacing the 110 with more electrical wires and solar panels. Need to be honest with ourselves that we have a low cost system that's incredibly reliable, and there's technologies to reduce those emissions and keep it low cost and reliable while not stressing the electric grid at the same time.
Yeah, I definitely feel that tension and appreciate you shoring that up, because even I think about Blatchford and how much those costs are being subsidized in the utility rates. And I think about the capital, the district energy, which, just full disclosure, I didn't support, budget adjustment for an increased cost. And I'm just seeing a lot of these costs, and I think there's a tension there. And I take, my counselor's points to the life cycle versus the upfront costs, for sure. But I am skeptical that we actually see those long-term savings. So I guess with that kind of where I'm kind of feeling that tension, Mr. Komar, do you have anything that you'd like to say to me about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of those numbers, so the 5 cents, you're not including carbon tax in that number.
Yes, we are.
Even if you're not accounting for the fact that every every shale play has peak production. We're going to see increases in natural gas prices. You're also quoting an air source heat pump. I wouldn't ever advocate for an air source heat pump in our climate. The reality is, even at a 4 times delta of electricity costs, my ground source heat pump is 5 times as efficient. And so I'm still getting energy savings.
But what about what I said about, like, right now, there's a subsidy. The broader utility is subsidizing Blatchford, because the cost, if the Blatchford residents alone were to pay for that district energy, it would be substantive, and it would probably put people off from even buying in Blatchford.
I mean, I think far be it for me to comment on the build-out pace of Blatchford, and obviously that's impacting things. District energy systems obviously have an upfront cost that is subsidized by someone. There's plenty of utilities doing this, though, right? There is a payback term, but fundamentally relying on waiting for ATCO to magically decarbonize our fossil fuel grid it's not realistic. Hydrogen is never, like, if you again look at dynamics, it's never going to make sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll go back now to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to pick up where I left off about steep expansion to include new homes to Speaker McKenzie. I guess I'm wondering if that were an option, could SEEP be used as essentially a vehicle to achieve higher tiers at the outset? Because we're hearing concerns or pushback in that regard, but if SEEP were a viable tool for new builds, what would that unlock?
Yeah, so the way SEEP is right now, you have to do 3 upgrades, right? So assuming you carry that forward, then you're having a conversation not just about solar, but you're also talking to folks about the windows that were mentioned earlier. People are going to start looking at the 3 panes, right? They're going to start looking at that in the design stage if they can access SEEP. They're going to start looking at a few other factors as well. So I think it's the way that the city of Edmonton has developed their SEEP program, requiring energy efficiency upgrades along with solar, and solar is kind of the cherry on top. Obviously, it's what everybody wants. That's a really smart approach to encourage other levels as well. So that is definitely something that could work. A lot of my members are frustrated that the incentive programs that exist right now do not support new builds because that's the easiest time to make sure that we don't see a whole bunch of retrofit costs on new homes later. So it feels very is silly to be. So, and it would also result in designs improving, right? So even in Blatchford, what you'll see is they'll have a nice flat roof, perfect for solar, and then the builders will come and they'll put a spurious peak on top, and they've just ruined their solar potential.
Right.
And so if they're having a conversation, but that's more than half the homes in Blatchford, by the way, spurious peaks, useless peaks, doing absolutely nothing. They're not even venting. And they're just sitting there to look pretty. and
Right.
they're ruining
Yeah.
the solar potential. And it
Right,
just
right.
kills me every time I see it go up. I see the beautiful roof and then they cap it with a
Right. And I'm just mindful of my
useless roof.
time. I'm sorry to cut you off, but definitely point taken on that. Really, really appreciate that answer. I would actually ask Speaker Turnbull, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, if that was available at the front end, we know the best time to make a home efficient is right at the outset. If SEEP were available as a tool, how would that change the conversation?
Changes it dramatically. Again, because SEEP isn't considered part a loan, it does not become part of the qualifying process for the mortgage. So it would actually allow somebody to build a more energy efficient home without it affecting the mortgage that they could qualify for.
Okay, thank you. Speaker Komar, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree. Like, obviously, retrofits are so expensive. It's always going to be tougher. Obviously, we should be doing it right. This is why every fossil fuel based home that is built is just such a burden on future homeowners and costs. I think we should be doing everything to encourage the building the right way. And CEP is obviously has huge potential to change the industry.
Okay, thank you. And then just one final question. I'm just going to jump over to district energy really quickly. Opportunities to explore a utility model when it comes to district energy. Maybe I'll go to Speaker Komar again. I know you kind of briefly mentioned the need to get utilities involved in these conversations. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, and we're seeing this huge change out east in the GTA region. Utilities have taken over in a sense of funding because of the TGS standards, the Toronto Green standards. A lot of people are moving to ground source heat pumps, district energy systems, and they're being funded by utilities, and Enbridge being one of them, including Enwave and others. And they don't have to be district energy systems, right? Sometimes it's actually more efficient to keep buildings separate, but they still need those same systems. We should be finding ways for somebody, utility, to come in and pay for those systems, which could allow all of these builders and buildings to reach high-level tiers without a single dime invested from their pocket.
Great. Speaker Caldwell, thoughts on that with my last 15 seconds?
Yeah, district energy systems can make sense in certain operating environments, but I would suggest that in Alberta, it's a tough slog to make it make economic sense with the reality that we see today. I'm out of time, so.
Thank you so much. And I'm sorry we're being so tight on time. This is a really rich and important conversation. Just want to make sure that everyone has a chance to contribute. Mayor Sohi, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Just to follow up, continuing with Greg, nice to see you. If I hear you, you're saying that let's design and build our buildings to better standards that they consume less energy, right?
Yep.
And I also heard you say, let's find the best way to produce decarbonized energy. Can you elaborate on that? Like what to, like we don't have those tools, like how energy is produced and delivered and the grid system, all that. Like we have municipality has a very little control. Can you elaborate with me on like how do you see that? Like what role that just decarbonization of the source at the source look like, and whose job that is?
So ultimately, the legislative authority sits with the province of Alberta on this, just like it does with the city charters and what's going on with that. But what we've been advocating for and what we continue to advocate for is to the province to give utilities, and I say all utilities, not just ATCO, but electric utilities as well, a mandate to not only reduce emissions, but to be able to invest in those activities. As it sits today, we cannot invest. So all of our hydrogen work, all of our renewable gas work, or emission reduction work, we can't recover the costs. And so most utilities are doing very, very little.
Mhm.
So we need to get those changes made. And then the folks that are bringing the energy into your city, which is ATCO and EPCOR and a few others, can really make the investments to start to decarbonize the energy system. And to my comments earlier, that's where I think the city can help us. That's where the city should be putting their political capital, because just labeling buildings or encouraging home builders to go up another step code, I honestly think we'll be back here in 10 years and we won't see much change.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. Like, so we can play that kind of advocacy role working with industry and other stakeholders. Absolutely, we can do that, but we don't actually control that aspect other than advocacy, right? So what we control is how we build, right?
Yeah,
that's what the struggle is. I would love to see the entire, energy system decarbonized completely, right? But that's not something that we control.
Yep, correct.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I mean, you do have some legal authority through your franchise agreements to ask for things, but I'm not a lawyer, and I don't want to say what you can and can't do through your franchise agreement with both your gas and electric utilities, but you have some power there.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. We'll definitely. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate this conversation. This is, I think we're all in this together, right? So we just need to kind of put our heads together to figure the best approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I've just got a few last questions, maybe back to Dave briefly. So, sorry, I think at a certain point where I may have cut you off, I apologize. You were talking about a phased implementation of the tiers, that the province was potentially working on a roadmap to that. Is that something you could tell us a bit more about?
Yeah, well, the CHBA did put out, we have kind of started thinking amongst ourselves about how these, now that we have the tiered codes, how they could come into being, and how we can bring them in a measured way. So what we do have some agreement, I don't think I'm speaking out of school, from the province, is to get to tier 2 within the next couple of years. I don't think they're going to be running to tier 2 until the next release of the building codes, just because there's a couple of fixes, like I mentioned, the windows in the current building code are problematic. So until until we see those fixes, I don't think that the province is going to want to go there. But I think we do need to say, and an industry needs the certainty so that we can say, okay, we've got 2 years to tier 2. Great. How do we get prepared? Get that done. Now that we're there, tier 3 is going to be, pick a number, 3 years, and then we have that time to get that done. The higher the tier is, the longer the implementation is going to take, because there's the opportunities for improvement become less. At this point, we have a lot of opportunities. You can take a lot of different streams. As you get more and more efficient, the streams narrow down quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you. That's encouraging. And just wondering if there's been any contemplation, or if there is opportunity to apply different tiers to different parts of the code, so part 9 versus the commercial buildings. So I'm hearing from you that the lower scale single attached homes, tier 2, wouldn't be a challenge. It's more when you get into the multifamily. Has that been contemplated?
Yeah, the multifamily gets hammered on the building codes just because of the build form, and the tiered codes tried to take that into some consideration, but they weren't entirely successful. But it is better. But yeah, the single family stuff, the problems that exist in the tiered codes are minimized mostly because the detached product has more wall space. The attached product doesn't, and that's where it gets hammered.
Yeah, and I'd love to follow up offline, because I had already always understood that having attached product, increases building efficiency, energy efficiency, without the additional wall exposure. But again, just seeing that, just wondering if that's maybe an area of agreement and common ground to advance this a little bit further, of maybe seeing that tier 2 for the lower density where we don't see those challenges, just an earlier phase in.
I can't speak for the board,
Of
but
course, yes, yeah.
I think we would have to see how that could be implemented. From a provincial standpoint, from a code standpoint, you either implement the code or you don't implement the code. So if they decided to go to tier 2, all of a sudden we're in trouble with the attached product automatically.
Yeah, and
So
obviously,
we'd have to really figure out how to massage that.
yeah, and I'll follow up with administration. I don't even know if that is possible in terms of applying different tiers to different parts of the code, but appreciate the discussion. Maybe just finally, very briefly, to back to Greg. You know, we spend a lot of time with our utility committee speaking with EPCOR, and they have very aggressive consumption reduction initiatives. So even though they sell water, they're trying to get everybody to use less of it. Just wondering if ATCO has similar programs in terms of, corporate incentives for yourselves or through regulators in terms of reducing consumption.
So we applied to the Alberta Utility Commission about 2 years ago for such a program. The program was denied by the AUC. And we did historically have a program in the early 2010s as well. We did that for a few years at our own cost. And when we applied to the commission back then, it was also denied. So long story is no, we don't have those programs, and that's the energy efficiency program I was talking about. To give you a comparison, our counterparts in British Columbia, Fortis BC, just got about $600 million in funding for that sort of work over the next 4 years as part of their rates. So like I said, Alberta's on a bit of an island on not having that programming.
Okay, that's really helpful and another area of advocacy for us to be aware of. So thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I just wanted to, so on the mandatory energy labeling for new construction, I don't want to take it off the table yet. I think there's some value in it, but maybe for an indirect reason. One of them, I think mandatory energy labeling provides a measure of consumer protection, and it provides some transparency and accountability there. So I don't know, maybe if anybody wants to respond to that, just wave. But maybe Jacob, what are your, or can I go to guest Mackenzie?
Yeah, I do think that's a really important consideration. I know today we're talking a lot about energy efficiency. We're talking a lot about green build. But of course, council is responsible for much more than just that, right? And so if you want to look at killing 2 or 3 birds with one stone, energy labeling can accomplish that. Of course, we see significant greenwashing right now. A lot of folks buying what they think is a green build, learning later that it's not very green, being really disappointed. And that can actually create a huge disincentive throughout our society for more people buying green builds. If they have a friend who thought they were and they failed because of builder shenanigans, right? And so I think it's a consumer protection piece for sure. It will reduce greenwashing. And as you reduce greenwashing, so too, you will create real green buildings. So I don't think we should downplay the fact that this can have a green impact. Whenever you're reducing greenwashing, you're ultimately creating more green builds. So I think it's a low-hanging fruit. And I think right now you have to go for the low-hanging fruits because they've taken away any of your high fruit options. And so I think it's a great option. Also, as I'm hearing today from industry, it sounds like they need signals. They need to know which direction people are heading in. And so this is just a nice signal to send that the city would like to go in that direction of greener builds.
Yeah, I think about it in terms of just like you would want the assurance of a blower door test that your building was properly sealed, or you would want the assurance of other, you want to know how much insulation is in the building, and you can have those assurances there. I guess maybe if I can go back to guest Turnbull, and I'm sorry, are you here on behalf of the CHBA or under your own shingle?
CHBA. I can take the hat off if you want.
Oh, no. It's just, I didn't want to ask you to answer for CHBA if you were here under a different hat. But because I guess where I'm wondering is we as our administration, our city, and our energy transition committee and others are very frustrated that we've lost the ability to make make local legislation to better reflect the desires and needs of Edmontonians, many of whom are very concerned about climate change. And I was wondering, would CHBA Edmonton consider advocating to restore authority through the city charters to Edmonton around, local building code authority, especially around bylaws for energy consumption and heat retention and those pieces that we lost. Like I worry that a uniform building code is not desirable across Alberta, and just wanted to test that with you.
Yeah, I think if I'm putting my CHBA hat on, I don't think you'd find a willing conspirator in that. CHBA's position has been that we do want a universal building code right across the province. It creates certainty. If we look at the Edmonton municipal area here, we have Strathcona County, we have City of St. Albert, we have all these other municipalities around here. If there's a patchwork of systems around there, it does create a lot of uncertainty in how people build. So I think that's kind of the basis for why CHBA was looking for one uniform code right across the province.
It feels though like the counter would be though we're not moving the needle though on these outcomes, that we're not asking people to build to a higher standard. I mean, I think I saw a stat that a third of buildings are already at level 3 or tier 3.
So then that kind of causes then I guess if we're already, if industry is already moving there, why do we need the regulation?
Well, why do we need building code at all? Why do we need rules? Why do we need anything? Do you think there's value in a minimum standard on some of these pieces?
Well, there's always value on minimum standards. It's kind of an S curve of adoption, right? You have the early adopters, you have the people that make up the bulk, and then you have the stragglers. And what building code is designed to do is to bring the stragglers up to where the rest of industry is.
I'll call you offline. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions for our speakers, so just want to thank you all again so much for joining us this morning and for your insights that you shared. We'll go next to questions of administration, so I'll have my colleagues sign up. Oh yeah, Councillor Tang selected this, so over to you first.
Great, thank you very much for very thorough work on all 3 pieces. Maybe I'll just go through them in that order. I guess, oh man, I have so many, I don't even know where to start. Yeah, part of me, I think there are the various tools as you've outlined that we can leverage to increase our standards, but I find we keep coming back to sort of that jurisdictional piece and the limitations that exist. I guess maybe first, any response to some of the feedback from our speakers, and we've received a number of letters of support as well, encouraging that despite some of the city charter restrictions, city can still kind of explore many other tools. Do you see any potential blowback to that if we continue down certain paths? What are some unintended consequences, and what are some of the areas already that we're not currently looking, but we could be looking at based on feedback?
So, Councillor, we heard a lot of interest and excitement and hope that there's still tools available. The good news is that there are absolutely tools. One of the more significant and focused tools of the codes is not available. But we have a report coming, framework, in June, and the intent then is to provide a holistic overview for committee to look at all of those tools and options and weigh which ones move the needle the biggest and have the most value. And so we're really excited to present that piece of work coming forward. There are, like you mentioned, significant challenges if we do start to get near the orbit of the building code. So some of the suggestions are in that orbit that we've heard today, that perhaps technically might be available if we explore a bit further, but they might as well be challengeable. And so we'll present those through as well in June, but we'll be recommending those that don't have resistance and have clear paths and lots of value.
And some low-hanging fruit. Please.
Councillor Tang, I would just add that we did hear feedback here this morning, and it's in the report around providing a permitting approach in terms of prioritizing, providing support for assistance and education to support these applications that might be looking to align with a higher tier. So that is a piece of work that we're committed to do.
Yeah, and then the report said, 30% and 7% of new industrial are already at tier 2. And just help me clarify, for all city buildings now with, the policy that we have, we're at higher tiers already, right?
That is correct. That estimate, you quoted 30% and 7% is for private buildings.
Private, right. But for city, it's tier 2 or above?
Perhaps go ahead.
No, sorry. Within our policy C627, it's our climate resilience policy that's aligned with the 2 climate strategies. For new construction of city facilities, city buildings, we are at an emission neutral standard.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then speaking of some of those education pieces, so you talk a lot about the energy poverty reduction program. Can you just elaborate on what that is and what that looks like?
So we have this year and last year been working with organizations to pilot an energy poverty program. It's called the Home Upgrades Program. We know that about 70,000+ households, about 72,000 households in Edmonton are what would be considered in energy poverty. And to date, through this pilot program, we've had about 110, or the idea is 110 homes in Edmonton experiencing energy poverty will see some significant energy efficiency upgrades.
And is that with Empower Me? Empower You?
It is.
Okay. Right, that really focus on like newcomer communities, immigrants, et cetera. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, they certainly came to mind when I was reading the report about, and I know they do a lot of like kind of grassroots awareness raising as well. And so if there's any ways we can partner with them there, I'll be interested to hear more.
Yes, within this pilot program, even a piece of it is around energy literacy and education and outreach all around changing behaviors, and they're delivering it in multiple languages to communities that are often under prioritized.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, first of all, thank you to Kent, Kim, and Chandra for putting this report together. At the start, I want to share kind of a thought formulating in my head that I haven't articulated, but I'm kind of trying to figure it out. What I see, like as a city, we are undertaking a lot of work on climate change, right? And I think in some areas we're leaders. So the sense I'm not getting from this report, which I did not expect, but I'm trying to formulate that thought. We are not getting a big picture of all the actions that we are taking in the area of climate change. So that's something I would like to maybe pursue with you outside. Like whenever a report comes to us, there should be an opportunity to articulate at a high level all the things we are doing in that area, then maybe go into the specifics of that report. I think that becomes a very effective way of telling our story to Edmontonians about the work we are doing. So maybe I'll follow up that. I just wanted to share that with you because I asked that question to transit folks, right? And they provided with a very good memo on highlighting all the good work that they are doing. Maybe you could do that as well for council. On the report, help me understand like what tier would be required for building to be emissions neutral? Is it tier 2, 3, definitely not tier one, I understand, right? So I just trying to understand that aspect, like how long this journey is from tier one to the other tiers to be emissions neutral for a building.
So if we look, for example, at Blatchford, they're constructing to a tier 2, tier 3 standard, but then equipping those homes with renewable energy, whether that's, district energy, low carbon district energy, or solar. So it's two pieces to it. You could get all the way to the highest tier. You're going to have the most energy savings at tier 4, tier 5 of those homes, but you could reach an emission neutral building at a lower tier if you have low carbon or emission neutral energy tied into that home or building.
Maybe let me ask this question a different way. How efficient tier one is?
In term, I don't know if I have the best way to respond to that, but each tier that you move up, so tier 1 would have a 0 in a small home or a small building in a house would have a 0% energy performance improvement. Tier 2 would have a 10%, tier 3 a 20%, tier 4 a 40%, tier 5 a 70%.
So tier 1 is basically status quo then, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
And so, and we are restricted as a municipality to move above that status quo. We cannot go above that tier 1, even if we wanted to.
We can't enforce, but there again are the incentivization options.
We can't regulate, we can't enforce, but we can incentivize, right? So I think that's pretty disappointing to me from coming from a province that wants to take a stronger leadership on environmental sustainability. That tier 1 is just a base level status quo, how we design our new buildings, right? So on incentives, one thing I heard, as buildings are retrofitted, particularly big retrofits, the property value goes up. Is there a way for us to look at some of the tax tools to not disincentivize retrofits?
Mayor, that excuse me, that is something, an unintended consequence of home improvement. Is the assessment of that home. And so that is a piece of work that is emerging that we know we do need to look at. So we are working with our tax and assessment colleagues to determine how we can mitigate that increased cost, because that's not the intention. We're trying to go the other way to incentivize people financially to make those improvements.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Really appreciate all three reports. A lot of great information and a lot of questions that come from that. So just starting with a few technical questions on energy efficiency. Has the federal government set out a schedule for phasing out the different tiers? I'm assuming at some point tier 1 may just drop off. Has that been discussed at the federal level?
Then the next federal code is expected in 2025. It's expected that that within that model code, it's going to be higher than what we have today, but there's definitely advocacy opportunities right now around what should be included in that. That code update. We have been contributing through some consultation and some written letters around what that 2025 code could look like. But right now there isn't detailed public information available on whether greenhouse gas limits, for example, are included in that model code.
Okay, so just thinking about, one of the recommendations of the report to continue to pursue advocacy. Again, I think, unfortunately, I think we heard that, we wouldn't necessarily have all industry partners on board to do that advocacy for tier 2. So just wondering if, we maybe focus our efforts around that schedule of adoption with the province, hearing that there is appetite from industry on that. It doesn't seem, I was just doing some calculations, I don't think Part 9 still captures a lot of the attached products. I don't know that we can split out the application of Tier 1 and Tier 2, but again, just wondering if that's an area of focus for us in terms of the accelerated and clear timeline of phasing in the different tiers.
Councillor Stevenson, certainly that's been what administration's position has been, to advocate for a roadmap of when those timelines for moving to the different tiers would happen. This creates greater clarity, predictability, and consistency for our building partners to understand when to mobilize and what they need to do. In the CHBA submission letter that also included an attachment from Build Alberta's tiered code roadmap suggestions, indicated a Tier 2 in 2025 at some point, and a little bit more vague as the other tiers, but it's a good starting point.
Yeah, absolutely. That's encouraging to hear. Maybe not as soon as we want, but 2025 is also on the horizon, so that's great. Thank you. Just a question. So I noted, and I may have misunderstood this, so Canmore currently has some requirements around EnerGuide, and that they are required to achieve a 10% higher than EnerGuide baseline.
Councillor Stevenson, we'd recommend that if we're looking to talk about other jurisdictions, we move into private for intergovernmental reasons.
Oh, okay, you bet. Looking at one of the, I think one of the biggest shifts in the code is just in terms of the implications for the renovation of buildings. I think it's incredibly positive. I think it's necessary, recognizing how many existing buildings are contributing. But it is a significant shift. Wondering, particularly in the implications for historic buildings, and whether we're looking to shift our historic grant program to focus on some of those energy upgrades that will be needed in the older buildings.
Councillor, that is. There are ideas and concepts that we are exploring, but nothing formalized to this point. But tying the heritage preservation, conservation of some of those buildings with our climate opportunities in terms of deep energy retrofits and how they can complement each other. But we know an existing building, that's great, because there's not embodied carbon that is new and needed to build something new. And so reusing those buildings and as well, preserving them is important.
And is that something that could potentially come back as part of that report in June?
I'm not sure if it's on that list, but we'll check. And if not, we'll look to include it.
Great. Okay, well, I've got a few, maybe, no, I'll just come back for another round. Thank you so much. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. Okay, so and thank you so much for the report. I really enjoyed reading through it. I just wanted to loop back based on some of the comments from speakers and some of the discussion around the upfront capital costs versus operating costs and some of those longer term savings. I know we heard different perspectives, but wondering, like, from a research and data perspective, what does the data say about those long-term savings?
Councillor, that is something that we are currently examining locally here. And so we'll be able to give definitive or more robust numbers to quantify those savings. And that piece of work, we're looking to bring forward and complement the framework overall discussion in Q2 to help set the stage of it's not just the initial cost, but it's the entire lifespan costs for folks as well, especially when we look at, as we were talked about earlier, those in energy poverty. That's critically important, those ongoing costs.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I appreciate that. So just with the framework, I just want to have a good handle on what we would expect to see back. So I'm hearing that, well, that will be included, but we will also get sort of a more comprehensive picture of all the tools that are within our toolbox that we could potentially take action on. And I guess, is the expectation that there will be some actionable steps or recommendations in that report that we can move on right away? I'm just reflecting on some of the comments from speakers about, prolonging the reports and more information gathering before we're actually making decisions and taking those actions. So I'd love to be able to take actions at that point. Do you think that's realistic?
Councillor, we do believe so. And depending on each of those items will have a different cadence and requirement to build them and to roll them out depending on how comprehensive they are. But yes, the intention is that council committee would be able to, at that point, set our pace. And if there's some that are increasingly or very enticing and we'd like to move on as quick as possible, we can then receive that action and implement as soon as possible.
Okay. And I know one that is definitely enticing for me would be around the green permitting or green development standards. I did see mention about, where is it? Green permitting pilot in 2024 using approved budget. Is that, I guess, that's just moving forward? You don't need further direction on that?
That's correct, Councillor Salvador. We'll be advancing that work.
Okay, excellent. That is great to hear. Also just wanted to ask about the option to extend the Clean Energy Improvement Program to allow financing for new construction. I guess how is that happening regardless of direction? Just is that being explored by administration? I think that could be a really, really interesting opportunity, as we heard from some of the speakers today.
I can take that one, Councillor Salvador. There is some research underway by the Alberta Energy Efficiency Association Alliance, that's looking at what are some financing tools that could be used to improve energy efficiency of new construction. So that we're expected to see later this year. And we believe that SEEP will be potentially one of those tools identified, and it'll help us understand if SEEP is the best tool or maybe where SEEP is most applicable in the new construction sphere. So it's definitely a tool. We're waiting for some research to make sure that it's the right tool. And then, it would be a conversation with council because if the program is opening up to new construction, there will be additional financing requirements or needs.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. And is the timing of that one aligned with the framework, or would that be a different body of work?
I don't think they're aligned.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. And then I'm not going to ask another one because I'll run out of time. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. I'm going to go next to Mayor Sohi, who just has a time constraint. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to confirm that at this time, no direction is required for administration to explore some of the incentives, whether it's green permitting or property tax deferrals or other ways of encouraging more energy efficient buildings. I just want to confirm that what are you going to do that work? Because I think that's the sense I got your answers to Councillor Salvador.
That is correct, Mayor. That work is proceeding unless otherwise directed. So yes, it is.
Otherwise directed not to do it, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, got it. Okay. I don't think that anybody is want to direct you not to do it, right? Just want to make sure that we're doing it, right? So good. Okay. On the cost, I just want to understand better. Tier 1, our analysis says there's no cost, but build analysis says there's a nominal cost of 0.34%, right? But that as you go from tier 2, tier 3, even at tier 3, our analysis shows that there's additional cost of 2%, which is $4,200 to $8,000 for a house at $400,000 value, right? Am I reading those numbers the right way?
Yes.
Okay, and do we do analysis around, I know there's different views on energy costs, we heard that from the speakers, but do we do any analysis around that if somebody were to buy a $400,000 house, over the life of, say, they maybe 25, 30 years or 40 years, how much they would pay in energy cost based on tier one, and how much they would pay for tier two, tier three, tier four. Have we done kind of an additional? Can we do that? Do we have the capacity and the data and the knowledge in a way that we can actually do that analysis?
We are undertaking that analysis currently. So hopefully we'll be able to present it also at the same time as the planning development framework. We'll want to reach out to our emission neutral building advisory group to make sure that some of the assumptions going into that work are correct. But that work will look at, the costs and the savings, the energy savings at those different tiers, factoring in kind of two different approaches with carbon pricing and without carbon pricing too. We're expecting that there will be a positive return on investment for these energy efficiency upgrades. That's what the literature is saying, but the analysis is underway and we'll be able to provide that at a future point.
And my understanding of tiers as Chandra is that tiers allow you to build the building better way, right? Regardless of the energy being used, right? Or maybe features of energy that could, I mean, appliances and others, or, whether you have a, pump heater, whatever, right? I think that those are determined by the code, right? Code doesn't determine what source of energy you're using, right?
Correct. And if Rob is on line too and wants to add to that.
So what I would like to understand better is like even improvements in the codes from tier 1, 2, 3, 4, how that actually saves money and how does that impact the cost, life cycle cost? Maybe I'll look forward to that analysis when we come to when would that be coming for discussion?
We're hoping to bring it at the same time as the planning and development framework. So that would be in Q2 in June.
Okay, got it. Okay. Thank you, Chair Stevenson. I appreciate that.
You bet. Mr. Mayor, I'll just make one last comment. Appreciate the feedback you made earlier around setting the context and the bigger picture about what the City of Edmonton is doing as it relates to climate action. So we can follow up with a memo to Council on that.
Thank you. Would appreciate that. I know Eddie forwarded us a memo on all the investments in transit. That's a very useful document for us to communicate to Edmontonians on the work we're doing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Go next to Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great. Maybe just to follow on that specific point, I'm wondering if we do annual or biannual update on the energy transition climate resilience strategy. I feel like wouldn't that be a good place to kind of highlight what investment have we made kind of across the board in line with our strategy, what kind of impact they've made, and how far do we have to go? Because I know we do the carbon budget stuff every year, but that feels like is one piece of that work.
Yes, you are correct. That is an annual report that comes forward and talks about all the investment and progress, and then also identifies potential levers to go faster if we're not seeing the progress we'd like. We're taking the comments from the mayor, though, as perhaps not everyone is tuning in to those annual reports, and to make sure we're telling the broader story with everything we're bringing forward and how it connects to our goals.
Sorry, the annual report you were talking about is the
corrective actions on the energy transition strategy.
And that's released every year?
Correct.
But we don't have like committee or council discussion about it?
It does come to committee, yes.
Okay. And when's the one for this year?
It's coming this fall, Q3.
Oh, okay. So that could be another opportunity for a pretty robust discussion as well. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And I guess and then just to building on my thought earlier about programs like Empower Me, I feel like they're great partnerships, but I feel like it's a very quiet partnership, and I think energy poverty reduction program recommendations around a lot of these things need to happen alongside equity focused work is consistent in the report. I saw it in the the ETCRC letter. yeah, I guess, I'm just curious why, they're not necessarily mentioned here. And are we kind of amplifying, going beyond those 110 homes that was mentioned? Are we partnering with other kind of local groups to advance that equity work? Does EPCOR and ECHO that we know of, do they do anything like that?
So I'll answer part one and then I'll turn it over to the team. Our equity work is growing. So it is much smaller than the current programs. Most of the programs, or all of the programs to date, have been for the majority of Edmontonians that have the means to participate. But we know in this journey we have to bring everybody along. And so the next generation, we're right on the threshold of our legacy programs closing down, wrapping up, being fully subscribed. We're currently working on the next generation of community programs, and they will have a equity focus to them. And so those will be amplified and loud and broadcast throughout the community.
Okay. I guess for the other parts of the question. Around our other partners, do they do anything like that we're aware of?
So right now, ELT's Climate Task Force has a focus area around equity. There's also a focus area around partnerships. And the teams are looking at, sort of that overlap of where that work aligns. So I don't think we have the answer today you're looking for, Councillor Tang, but work is underway to understand where we have partners who are advancing equity and who maybe aren't currently focused in that space.
Yeah, I guess I'm interested to follow that work along. Lots of thoughts on that front, because I do see lots of different communities do get left behind as part of this conversation on climate. I guess just a final, maybe a couple questions on engagement. I just want to make sure that we're heavily involved in, the conversation around moving towards that 2025 Tier 2 timeline. I think the Canada Green Building Strategy includes that intention to approach to require energy labeling. Like, are we part of, and that's a national conversation, are we part of that at all? Yeah, maybe I'll just stop there.
Councillor, in terms of provincial advocacy, we have been active and involved in working with the province, ensuring they understand our position and aspirations in terms of the code adoption. We had been advocating strongly for at least a Tier 3 and as well the roadmap, because we believe it's really important that the community understands and can prepare for the next tiers moving forward. And perhaps I'll pause here and see if the team would like to talk about any of the other advocacy.
Yeah, just mindful of time.
Oh,
sorry. No, that's all right. That's all right. Thank you. My hope is that we can wrap up this item before lunch. So in the interest of that, I'm going to whip through some of my last questions. Okay. We will do that. I'm really excited, I think, through this conversation around the climate resilience planning and development framework. I think lots of expectations being raised. Really pleased to hear your response to Councillor Salvador that there will be, specific action items that we can take and move forward on. Just wanted to confirm as well that there will be some best advice on which actions have the greatest impact or sort of return on investment or return on effort.
There will be some attempt to quantify value. They won't be strong business cases in terms of a lot of rigor and robustness, because the list will be quite large, and that would be a significant body of work. But we will try to indicate, or we will indicate value, impact, and then implementability as well. In terms, some might not be, they may have high value and impact, but be very difficult to put into motion.
Great. And then also just want to confirm, we've talked a lot today about sort of the individual building. Will we also be looking at some neighborhood level approaches, for example, having the right electrical servicing at 200 amps to support electrification, other neighborhood approaches?
Yes, knowing that the buildings are highly regulated under the code. Most of our opportunities are at the neighborhood scale. Correct.
Great. Sorry, can you just remind me why we removed the incentives for the EnerGuide in 2023? Was that a budget decision or just sort of an internal decision around different priorities?
Councillor, our home energy retrofit accelerator program closed. Again, it's
Gotcha.
winding down to kind of pass everyone who's still in that program to completion. And at which point, as Kent was mentioning, we're going to have the next stream of community programming being able to launch, which will also have a stronger equity focus.
Great, thank you. In my last few minutes, I just want to turn to Mr. Felsky, actually, to touch base on the great work and really appreciate the report. I'm very excited to be working on establishing a regulatory framework for district energy. I guess the big question for me is, so, I'm really pleased to have supported the 26 million for the district energy. How are we going to be monitoring that? I mean, it's a significant project. It's new territory. What sort of monitoring and assessment and sort of progress updates are we going to be getting as council, but just also as a team in terms of ensuring best value for that project?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So I think what we presented today is sort of like the implementation of the strategy, and what we would do along the way is come back to council and committee at various key milestones when decisions have to be made or business cases have to explore on individual systems or as a whole. As we see relevant, we would come back to council. In other updates, like Chandra just mentioned, we are part of the annual updates on the energy transition strategy and the adaptation strategy. So that would be key touch points where we would interact and come back to council. But this report today sort of like sets us on a pathway on doing the work to implement the strategy.
Yeah, no, and I think it's a great roadmap. I think, involving third-party external consultants is a really positive approach. I think going out to market for that is great to tap into that expertise. Will part of their work in that RFP sort of be around building an evaluation framework or assessment framework?
So we want obviously to share some of the costs and some of the responsibilities for any kind of like private utility or private partner who wants to come in and do business in Edmonton. I think City Council has a few tools, like we outlined in the report, to make this even more possible, to de-risk some of those strategies. And obviously, a private partner would evaluate the business case and come back to us to suggestions, which we would communicate to council.
Okay. And then just in terms of some of the comments from a speaker earlier around the next development phase of Blatchford not being renewable, I know that there's the peaking station that's going to have natural gas for the district energy. Just wondering if there's any other change that's anticipated in Blatchford when it comes to energy standards or use of renewables?
So yes, we are, as you're well aware, and maybe I'm not going to go into that detail, but we are working hard on the next energy center, and as part of that work, we're obviously looking at what we need for peaking and how we can provide that. So an evaluation of non-renewable fuel sources is part of that. But we would have to see the business case for it. As you probably know, we've been to utility committee a couple of times, so we're laying out the next path. But we're constantly evaluating and how we can make the best choice in like the next energy center in Blatchford.
Okay, so, well, a conversation to continue at utility committee for sure. Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Just hoping to speak to it on the receipt of information.
Okay, thank you. I think there was Councillor Tang.
Yeah, maybe just a couple of final thoughts on the district energy, and I do have questions on what other jurisdictions are doing as well, and I commit to one round of question potentially after. I don't know what chair thinks about that.
Sure, and maybe just to confirm, Councillor Salvador, are you for questions or speaking?
To speak.
Okay, so you have one round of questions in private?
Mm-hmm. Well, I have some for district energy now, and then after.
Okay, would the other committee member be okay with extending for a few minutes after noon, or do you have a hard stop at noon?
I mean, I have a hard stop at noon.
Okay. Well, I don't think we'll be able to get through this item then, but happy to go to you now for your public questions.
Yeah, there was a, oh, go ahead. Yeah, I can put the motions on the floor if that.
We can do that later. It's all good.
All right. Okay. I wanted to hear some thoughts from administration about the notion of, well, like our district energy or strategy kind of moving towards mass deployment of distributed geo exchange systems.
Okay, so our focus is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and increase energy resilience, as it is outlined, so like in Council's climate plans. Geo exchange is something we're applying and we're learning in Blatchford, and is available opportunity to provide heating and cooling and to use in other systems as well. So when we undertake studies in the downtown, in Blatchford, we have one existing. We're going to build another one further down the road. But when we look at other new nodes, we obviously look at a suite of technologies, and geo is definitely one of the options. It's been very much tested, very efficient.
I'm so sorry. Sorry. There just seems to be a technical issue where you're not being heard online.
Oh, okay.
We'll just pause for a moment.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you in chambers.
Okay.
I can hear online.
Oh,
I can hear online.
okay. Thank you. We'll carry on then. Thank you.
Okay. So basically, we're constantly looking at geo as a way to do neighborhood scale district energy, but it has to be feasible. It has to be available, and we're looking at it, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, this came from the ETCRC letter, and I just kind of piqued my interest around some of these alternatives. And if I think about some examples out of Montreal, just like in back alleys, and like they're not large scale, they're fairly small, benefiting a block of houses, for example. And I know this may be getting away a little bit, but I not being an expert in this, like, is that?
No, sorry, no, it doesn't. I think I didn't quite get your question in the first place. There are opportunities, obviously, due to this individual on a smaller scale, on a building scale, to use geo. I think what we are looking at, we want to build this out, obviously, as was mentioned before, to a neighborhood level, a community level, and there's opportunities to integrate the same technology as we're currently doing in Blatchford.
Right. And then just if you can help me better understand, like we've approved the 26.6 million for the research and analysis, but only on that 5 areas. Like what would the work entail? Would there be some actual construction of systems to kick things off?
Yes, that is our clear goal in this budget cycle to build, and we're obviously looking at the downtown project as one opportunities where we're currently building the first phase to expand to sort of like the next phase. But we also want to be aligned with some of the other opportunity areas which came out from the strategy work, and see what we can do there. It obviously is always a matter of what can we buy, what can we put in terms of development, and how uptake is, right?
And like for example, I'm very excited about Millwoods Town Center, and I see it as that second priority, but the site is currently undergoing a fairly significant rezoning process, engagements underway, and I'm like, are you in touch with the developer there? Are you having that early conversation to plant the seeds at this stage?
So the answer is yes, Councillor Tang. We're aware of the project. We've reached out, and we will continue to do that. And obviously, I mean, we can run on all 15 at the same time. We want to be careful, but we also don't want to lose opportunities like the one in Millwoods you mentioned.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of just one of the speakers' point. We don't want to, like that whole the roofing and the solar example. Don't want that conversation to wait too long.
Right.
Where the cost might be, or it's a missed opportunity. Okay, great, thank you. That's it. If you want me to
move to go into private.
Yeah. Can you put the sections, or can you let me know the sections? Sorry, I'm just multiple windows.
Chair Stevenson, they are in the chat.
Okay.
Thank you.
Port,
Oh, there we go. So it would be 27.
Okay, great. I'll move that we go into private subject to Section 27 of the FOIP Act.
Great. And sorry,
Oh,
I
sorry.
was just. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rutherford.
no, I'm on the board for the motion, to ask a question about the motion.
Oh, sure. That sounds good. Over to you.
Just in respect that we have speakers for the next item, I'm just wondering if we could just, and it sounds like we just have in private and then maybe speaking to this item. I'm just wondering if we could defer it and then come back, deal with 7.4, and then finish this item. Just to be respectful of speakers, that was just my only kind of pondering.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm mindful of our staff delegation, and if we just have sort of 10 or 15 minutes more and then they can all be released for the afternoon, I think that would be my preference. So let's take a vote on going into private now, just for speakers and those waiting to wait on item 7.4. When we come back at 1:30, we will be in private, so we won't be broadcasting the meeting. We anticipate only spending hopefully about 10 minutes in private, then we will come out, we'll finish on 7.1, 2, and 3, and then we'll be on your items. So no need for you to be back here right at 1:30. We appreciate your patience with us throughout the morning. So with that, I'll ask my colleagues to vote on going into private, and then we will adjourn for lunch. Recess for lunch.
He's not. Mayor Sohi, are you still present? We'll mark Mayor Sohi absent. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. We'll recess now for lunch and come back in private at 1:30. Thank you.
We're live from the chamber.
Thank you very much. I see Councillor Jans and Councillor Salvador on the board. I believe they are only to speak. Councillor Rutherford, sorry, Councillor Rutherford, did you want to put the motions on the floor? Or we can have someone else do that? Oh, I'll go to Councillor Tang. Would you like to put the motions on the floor?
Sure. Okay. I thought I saw her mic go off. I'll move that 7.1, implementing and enforcing more advanced energy codes, that the February 27th Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 01754 be received for information. That attachment 5 of this report remain private pursuant to Section 27 of the FOIP Act. Should I just put all three? Okay,
So we'll just do that first motion. Wonderful. We're just passing the motions, even though these were cross-referenced items, we're passing each motion individually just as there are some private attachments, and it just simplifies the moving process. But I would invite my colleagues to speak on all three items in one go. So happy to have folks speak to all three items, even though we just have a motion for one. Councillor Rutherford, would you like to speak?
No, nothing.
Oh, okay, sorry, your name was on the board. I'll go to Councillor Jans next.
Thank you. Just to speak to it?
Yep. Oh, I guess I should speak.
Okay.
Yeah, you go.
Oh, you go first, please. I need to open my notes.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the conversation and discussion today. I certainly, through this discussion, have gotten very excited about the June report and the comprehensive look that we're going to have at that. Even though we may not have all the tools in our toolbox that we hope for, it's clear that we still have many different actions and steps that we can take. So very much looking forward to that report in June and an opportunity to holistically assess, what makes the most sense, where we get the greatest impact, and how we continue to move these this work forward. I think that something that I reflected on is that when we look at our carbon goals, we are looking for an absolute reduction, not a per capita reduction, to the best of my memory and knowledge, which means that even as we're adding new homes, even if they are more energy efficient, they are adding to our emissions. So it really speaks to the critical need to ensure that our existing stock is continuing to decrease its emissions so that we can meet our community targets. That's something that I hope that we can continue to explore both in June and through other mechanisms as we look to do more retrofits and support more retrofitting in our community. We did talk about one of the tools in particular, which is having a regulatory framework around the tiers. There is a large part of me that's disappointed that we're currently looking to be starting at tier 1. But I am really pleased to know that our industry partners are advocating for some changes that maybe are needed to move successfully to tier 2, and that tier 2 is so close on the horizon. This all should have been. They say the best time to plant a tree would have been 20 years ago. The next best time is today. The next best time for tier 2 is within the next calendar year. So hopeful to continue seeing those changes happen, and for all the input from industry, community, and and administration input. So I will leave it there, and I will go next to Mayor Sohi.
Well, thank you. I want to thank administration for bringing forward these reports, and I also look forward to the conversation in June. We have declared 2 emergencies in our city. The climate emergency was declared a few years ago, and housing emergency was declared a few months ago. So I think the approach that I think we need to continue to take is is seek partnership opportunities with other orders of government, with community, with stakeholders, with industry on both of them, and but also really think out of the box on things that we can do on our own. What more we can do when legislative tools are limited or legislative tools are restricted. In this case, province stepping in, restricting our ability to go beyond tier 1 when we know that buildings to tier 1 standard do not help with in a significant way to reduce emissions or help us build them better, that they are more resilient and also they're consume less energy. So I think those are limitations that we have through legislation, but there are tools available to us that we must use. And I look forward to the conversation in June around property tax incentives. Why would someone who is making their building more energy efficient by doing deep major energy retrofits, which increases the value of their property, and they end up paying more property taxes when they're taking action that is good for social good, and they're stepping up. Why would we not incentivize builders who are building to better standards and expedite their permitting process or inspection process, whatever that needs to be we need to do. So let's explore the tools that are available to us. At the same time, continue to explore partnerships with the industry and other stakeholders, including other governments. So look forward to that, and thank you so much for everyone for the leadership on this. This is, I would say, Edmonton is when it comes to environmental sustainability and taking action on climate change, we are a leader. And we have demonstrated that through various actions that we have taken. Sometimes those actions are not compiled in one place. And I think Kim is taking on that challenge to make sure that we have one document that will allow us to communicate better of all the stuff that we're doing on these files, making our city more climate resilient city for everyone to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. It was quite a frustrating morning, but not for the sake of our administration. I appreciate the information that they brought forward and the speakers who shared today. First of all, I think this goes to me to reinforce a couple of things that we're doing, which are good, and we need to see more of. It's funny, one of the activist groups in Edmonton called Climate Justice Edmonton has a campaign right now with these stickers, and it shows two skinny homes together. And the caption says, make them kiss, make them kiss. The whole idea being that when you have one home, it's inefficient and leaking heat out all sides. When you have a duplex, at least they're sharing a wall. When they're triplex, they're sharing two walls, and so on and so on and so on. So naturally, you have much less heat loss, much less efficiency, not just of energy, but also land use and everything else. We know that medium and the medium density development is so much more energy efficient than single family homes and low density development. So the fact that these have been legalized now in more places because of the zoning bylaw renewal is an incredible win for our planet and our pocketbooks. Secondly, I think we should be going straight to level 3. I'm when you look at the very small amount of money that it costs at the build stage to make a more energy efficient build, it's just, to me, a basic step. And I think that we need to be looking more aggressively at these steps, because every single home that is built that is not up to energy standard is just a liability. It is a liability on our climate books that we are going to have to retrofit in future. Every single home that we build that lacks insulation, lacks windows, lacks energy efficiency standards, lacks electrification, that is yet another liability. It's not an asset to the city, it's a liability and we do not have enough money as the rest of us as taxpayers to pay for more seat programs to retrofit all of these homes that were built poorly in the first place. I think we need to be demanding better of the industry. just like we would of car manufacturers or anybody else. We have the knowledge, we have the talent. I mean, a lot of this stuff, when I built an infill back in 2017, blower door tests were already quite common. So there's a lot right now that we need to be doing. Energy labeling, I think this is excellent, and we need to consider how we can protect consumers here and make sure that consumers can really truly evaluate when they're comparing two homes, that they can truly figure out the efficiency between each home. One home may have a lower sticker price, but you'll be paying for energy bills that are much higher in perpetuity. And I don't know about you, but some of my friends in homes nearby have told me that their energy bills this winter have exceeded their mortgage payments or their rent bills. So that's quite something when we talk about housing affordability. We need to build properly the first time, and that's part of it. So labeling can help and provide consumers that kind of protection. We talked a lot about housing affordability today, and this comes up all the time whenever we try and talk about doing something a little bit better or contributing a little bit more to the community. And quite frankly, as I said, I'm tired of hearing it, because we're not talking about the holistic affordability. We're not talking about how that affordability can impact others in the city and other taxpayers who are either going to now be responsible for servicing new suburban developments or servicing homes that are built improperly or in need of energy retrofit. I think it's important to remember, we're talking the home building industry in Alberta and in Edmonton over the last decade has made billions of dollars, billions of dollars, not millions, not hundreds of millions, but billions. And it's enormously profitable to be in home building. It's enormously profitable to be in development. And what we're asking for here, on an average home, the profit could be upwards of $50,000. And what we're talking about here is adding, maybe $1,000 or $3,000 or $5,000 towards energy efficiency standards that will create a better product for everyone. That will mean a better home for the residents, a better home for Edmonton, lower carbon footprint for all of us. And I think we need to assert ourselves more as the regulator. We need to talk about what a fair deal looks like for all Edmontonians. If you want to be building and living in the city of Edmonton, these are the kind of the standards that we expect. And I think if we fall down, we're to be blunt, we're really doing over our children and our grandchildren poorly. And that's not what we voted for. That's not what Edmontonians expect of us. So we got to demand better.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. Really appreciate the conversation today and the thoughts that have been shared by colleagues so far. I too am feeling that frustration that implementing higher standards will not be possible at this point due to the recently announced amendments to provincial legislation. And I think that frustration comes from the fact that we know that higher standards in our energy codes are a critical way that we will achieve emissions reductions. And if we want to be successful, we need to stop adding expensive to fix homes to our inventory. We already have hundreds of thousands of homes in Edmonton that require retrofits today, and our annual retrofit figures show that we're not on track to meet those targets. With that in mind, we do have to be looking at what tools and levers are within our control. And I think we heard today, advocacy is one of those levers, but there's a clear limitation to that. And I think we need to seriously be looking at actionable tools that can be implemented at a local level. And again, I keep coming back to, we are not on track to meet our energy transition goals. We know that buildings account for 36% of emissions, and we're not going to get very far achieving the absolute sort of bare minimum or status quo through tier 1. So any opportunities to advance that to higher tiers, we need to be looking at. So looping back to the tools that are within our control, I appreciated the conversation about energy labeling. It might not be the best possible option, but it's a good one, and it does offer important consumer protection. I think the tool that I'm most optimistic about is green permitting and green development standards that can help raise the bar on green buildings and offer opportunities for accelerated permitting for folks who are meeting those standards and raising the bar. I'm excited about the climate resilient planning and development framework, and I'm excited to hear that when that comes back, we'll see further consideration of energy labeling and a more robust set of recommendations or options around incentive-based tools for emissions neutral buildings, including the green development standards that I mentioned and green permitting. Now, yeah, just touching on affordability as well. Over the last few years, the price of energy has become a major national conversation. And as colleagues have shared, this is an affordability conversation. I find it very challenging to only be presented with the capital side of the argument without acknowledging that housing becomes more affordable when we lower overall energy costs. So I think that holistic picture and data and research that shows those cost savings and reductions due to more efficient buildings is something that I'll be looking for going forward to really help tell that story and speak to why this is important. And then just lastly, I do want to touch on district energy. Very excited about the district energy work that's underway. The energy transition strategy clearly outlines the need for a citywide district energy network. And I know this is a complicated body of work, so very pleased that we funded it appropriately and look forward to supporting administration in their implementation efforts. That is it for me, and thanks so much for the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, thanks for all the comments from my colleagues. And, for all these reports, we are receiving them for information, but that does not mean inaction. In fact, it's a signal to move forward on many of these fronts based on kind of the direction laid out in the reports themselves. We know that we're in a climate crisis emergency. This council has invested significantly, and today is one point in time of many checkpoints that we'll hear. I just want to thank administration for this work. Sometimes I think I don't appreciate how difficult this work is, especially when people often expect transformational change, but we're working within a very constrained legislative environment. And so I do see steady progress, and I appreciate that we can keep this conversation elevated. The mayor spoke to that Edmonton is leading the country in many ways, and I would just concur that when I talk to colleagues as part of the Climate Caucus, which is a network of locally elected officials around the country, people are always, talking about things that Edmonton either has already done a few years ago, or people are really excited about what's coming out of Edmonton. And even then, we're not necessarily always meeting our goals. So it just speaks to me kind of on a grander scale how much more work there needs to be done. I guess two things that really that I'm kind of thinking about coming out of these conversations and sort of overall. One, I'm thinking about who are these 30%, residential, 7% industrial builders who are going above and beyond on their own, and I'm so curious about those stories about what is working for them, what is not working, what is incenting them, and if there are industry partners or the city can find a way to share or highlight those stories. I'm very curious about those. And the other piece is the work around equity-focused efforts underway. I'm actually, quite frankly, I'm pretty excited about the partnership we have with organizations like Empower Me, because there's not a whole lot of I think climate organization that has a very, very explicit and exclusive focus. So whatever more we can do there to amplify those efforts, please count me in to help support that. Yeah, and I think, echo a lot of the comments from my colleagues around the other pieces with these three elements. I don't expect us to solve the climate crisis by June, but certainly I think that report will provide a lot of concrete, practical directions forward, and I'm looking forward to that. So thank you very much for all the work and for all the speakers sharing insights. And, I think, despite the challenges, I think it's so encouraging, though, to see the amount of enthusiasm, the amount of research, and that's out there to continue to support climate action that is evidence-based, that is, has strong community backing, et cetera. So, I mean, I would just say keep those coming. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Councillor Tang, would you move the second motion?
Yes. That the February 27th, 2024 Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 01755 be received for information, and that attachment 4 of the February 27th this report to remain private pursuant to Section 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried.
And finally, I'll move that the February 27th, 2024 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IIS 02148, be received for information.
Thank you. Please vote. I'm a yes. Oh, we'll see.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Well, thank you again to our delegation and to all of our speakers on those items. Really appreciate the robust conversation. We are now moving to our last item, item 7.4. So we'll start with a presentation from administration, and then we will hear from our public speakers. Whenever you're ready, over to you.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Travis Pollock. I'm the Acting Branch Manager at Development Services, and I'm here with the team to present the work plan for the city-led rezoning of the Priority Areas project and to answer questions. With me here today is Jachinder Tawana, the Acting Director of Planning Coordination, Tim Ford and Fazil Saeed, the General Supervisors in Planning Coordination, and I'd like to introduce you to Lisa Jury, our new Senior Planner who is leading this project and will take us through the presentation today.
Thanks, Travis. Next slide, please. The city plan sets out the development framework for Edmonton to support a population of 2 million people. A network of nodes and corridors are identified within the city plan as a guide for where the city should concentrate density to achieve different levels of population growth. Next slide, please. The subset of nodes and corridors initially expected to see the most growth in the redeveloping area are identified as the 19 priority growth areas, often called the PGAs, and are the focus of this project. Next slide. As the city looks to a variety of ways to welcome more Edmontonians in the redeveloping area, proactive rezoning is one of the tools the city can use to remove barriers in these areas and support a more vibrant network of nodes and corridors. This work plan proposes to rezone select lands in certain PGAs to standard zones in alignment with the city plan, the forthcoming district plans, and other plans in effect to encourage more dense and diverse land uses. This is intended to encourage future investment by creating more certainty for applicants and the surrounding community on what types of developments will be encouraged and supported in these areas, reduce the costs and risks associated with developer-initiated rezonings, which helps to streamline the development process and make it easier to build, unlock increased land supply in our existing neighborhoods to incentivize a wider range of housing options and the development of walkable, transit-oriented communities, and proactively identify infrastructure capacity needs to support increased housing and business opportunities. Next slide. Using a set of technical criteria, between 4 to 6 areas will be selected for this project. Examples of criteria may include consideration of market factors, existing zoning alignment, and proximity to mass transit. Individual parcels within the selected PGAs will then be further examined more closely to determine which should be rezoned. The PGA shortlisted for this project will be focused on areas with strong existing market demand in order to leverage existing interest and streamline redevelopment in these areas rather than trying to incentivize new demand. Proposed rezonings will be coordinated with infrastructure studies to ensure that essential services can adequately support increased density and identify any required upgrades. This will be aligned with other capital investments. Next slide, please. Engagement will be at the advised level of the city's public engagement spectrum, where the city will consult stakeholders, Edmontonians, and businesses impacted by the proposed rezonings to share their feedback and perspectives for consideration. This project will be informed by the city plan direction and leverage previous engagement data and lessons learned from the city plan, district planning, and the zoning bylaw renewal. Building on engagement from these past initiatives, stakeholders will be able to provide input on specific ranges for density as outlined in the city's existing planning framework, opportunities for mixed-use development, and transition zones between higher and lower density areas. This input, along with policy and technical considerations, will be used to inform the final proposed rezoning recommendations for City Council's consideration in Q1 2025. Finally, in order to assess the success of the proposed rezoning in encouraging redevelopment, a monitoring and evaluation framework will be developed in support of the project. Next slide, please. Thank you. That concludes my presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Oh, I have a lost network connection. Did that happen for other people? No, we're still streaming? Okay, well, we will carry on then and hear from our public speakers. You may have heard previously, but just a reminder that we'll be hearing from our speakers in panels. That means that after you've presented, please don't go away. After everyone in your panel has presented, council members will have an opportunity to ask questions of you. You have 5 minutes to speak. There'll be an online timer that is green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the last minute, and then red. We are running a bit short on time in the day, so I will be fairly strict with that timing. If you have any, just a reminder to please stay muted if you're not speaking, and to refrain from using the raise hand function. If you're having any challenges, you can connect with City Clerk using the contact information provided or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. And so with that, we'll go to our first speaker, Rob Smythe. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yeah. It's over to you. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll just jump in then. So thanks for the opportunity to address UPC on this item today. 2 months ago, the city sponsored a presentation and workshops by Strong Towns. Excellent session, a great discussion. Presenters talked about 2 simple planning rules for cities to follow as they plan for more infill and more density. Firstly, no neighborhood should experience radical change, and no neighborhood should be exempt from change. Report today, in my estimation, calls for radical change for many of our neighborhoods. I'll be speaking, I guess, in opposition to, although it's only an information report, to moving forward with this work plan and recommend the committee direct administration to delay or simply not proceed at this time. There are 4 points of recommendation I want to speak to. First is the lack of communication. I would have hoped administration would have informed the public in a thorough and robust way that this report was coming to UPC today. Very much under the radar. This project is unique in its scope and scale. Dare I say monumental in the city doing this work. The proposed project may have good outcomes or over time could be extremely detrimental to our city. Given the major impact of this work on our city, why was there not a broad public communication strategy that this work was coming forward? The community needs to be informed and brought along on this very important journey. Second point and recommendation. The district plans are only in draft form. In my estimation, it's very presumptuous. This project gets launched before the district policy and instruments are approved and have a standing. Rezone large plot of land on draft official district plans, as I was taught in planning school, it's not good.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just going to have to pause you there. We're having some connectivity issues. You're just cutting in and out.
Are you still there?
We're still here.
Should I back up?
Yeah, if you want to go back a few seconds, and then we'll just keep an eye on this.
Is that coming through okay now?
Yep, you sound clear now.
Okay, certainly interrupt if it isn't, if you're not able to hear me. So I'll back to my second point then. The district plans are in draft form. It's presumptuous that this project gets launched before the district policy and plans are approved and have official standing. Rezoning large parcels of land based on draft unofficial district plans, as I was taught in planning school, is not good urban planning. What we're hoping to do is that we propose to council that once the district policy and plans are approved in some form later this year, that administration start work on detailed plans for each corridor and node and not jump to rezoning. A process of incremental growth and not radical change is critical. Our impassioned recommendation is that this rezoning work plan not proceed until a more detailed level of planning is complete on the nodes and corridors. Third point is that this work totally conflicts with the motions passed at UPC on December the 5th. The motion reads in part that the district policy and plans be referred back to admin to improve accessibility of the documents through, and number 3 as well, focus, removing the definitive boundary geographically, indicating the node and corridor boundaries to ensure consistency with how development transitions are described in the district policy. This motion means that the maps in the district plans need to remove the definitive boundaries as per the motion and not plot on the maps the boundaries of the nodes and corridors. The map included in the report today does the exact opposite and shows very definitive boundaries, and as near as I can make out are exactly the same as was shown in the old draft district plans. And my fourth and final point and recommendation is that the public engagement for this work is proposed, as was done in the said in the presentation, under the advisory dimension of the city's public engagement spectrum. Of the 4 pillars of the spectrum, this option has the least influence and least commitment to actually listen to community feedback and perspectives. In reality, this type of engagement is not meaningful, and as I don't enjoy being a critic, is really just simply window dressing that goes through the motions. It is not appropriate for the scale and importance of work. Our recommendation that if this goes forward, which as I've said, we don't support, is that the engagement be under the create pillar of the framework, whereby the public collaborate with the city to develop solutions. For city work of this importance, a collaborative venture will undoubtedly have far better outcomes than a minimal advisory effort. And it does not need to take any longer, but would very much help facilitate a result all interests can support. And final summary comment to restate our main message to committee. Before new zoning is pursued, detailed node and corridor plans need to be completed. For example, the corridor plan that was done for 104th Avenue between 111th Street and 123rd Street and 109th Street corridor plan is the kind of plans that effectively set the stage for rezoning. So at the end of the day, this work plan should be set aside until the district plans and detailed node and corridor plans are completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience with our technical challenges as well. Next, we have Jacob Duang. Jacob, are you there?
Hi, yes.
Hi, good afternoon. Over to you, 5 minutes.
Hi, thanks for having me here at Urban Planning Committee. I'll be pretty brief since I know it's getting late in the day. I completely support the work plan to move forward with the rezoning. We know that we need to build more homes for a variety of reasons, including the climate emergency. More infill homes leads to less people driving, it leads to less farmland paved over, and helps us meet our climate goals. In the last item, we heard about how it was challenging for the city to get involved in an area that was not clearly under its jurisdiction. But zoning and zoning approvals and zoning policy is clearly within the city's jurisdiction. And this is probably one of the most impactful things that the city can do to move forward on meeting its climate goals. When it comes to housing affordability, there is ample evidence across the world at this point that first, zoning more permissively leads to building more homes, and that building more homes will create conditions for market affordability. Edmonton has managed to remain affordable relatively in the Canadian context because of building more homes and being faster at building more homes than the rest of Canada relative to demand. But as we look to shift from from building outwards to more building inwards, it'll be very, very important to make sure that we are that we shift to incentivizing more infill, and rezoning is part of this. When I'm looking at the proposed work plan, I'll just say it looks like there is ample time for public consultation. I mean, heck, it looks like it's going to come back in a full year. So we're going to have a full year to discuss which plots in some of these areas will be rezoned. I think that is more than enough time, especially when we're looking down two crises. We should be acting, in my opinion, maybe even faster, but I'll just say that is ample enough time. I think when we're looking at the map, I do take the point from the previous speaker that there, in the district plans that there was that motion to have those kinds of fuzzy boundaries. I did see that when I was first reading it, and then I saw that there was an asterisk saying that the borders were to be determined later. I would just encourage administration to consider this under the city plan, which has the general location of the nodes and corridors, and consider that those hard bounds in those maps may be a bit misleading, and that the project should be considering those kinds of fuzzy borders in the city plan. Lastly, I do think that more work needs to be done on areas that are not in that map or not in those nodes and corridors. I've talked about this at the committee again, but I think I've talked about this at the committee before, a few times before, but I think there are areas of the city in which we are missing out on common sense rezonings that could happen. I mean, when we look at the last public hearing, I think it was last week, where there was that rezoning in McKernan, and it was a unanimous vote for. And as Councillor Knack said, this is a no-brainer to approve that rezoning, but that's not included in this work plan, even though it's 7 minutes away from a major transit station. I think we should be considering those things too. All right, thank you, and hope to see this move forward.
Thank you for your time today. Our next speaker is Kim Clegg. Over to you.
Hi there.
Hi.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you to the members of the council. We've been discussing with members of the Scona District Community Council. I'm representing some of those members today with this talk. We met over the last few weeks to discuss the initiative because it affects a great number of our communities in the Scona District, and it's going to have vast implications on future engagement, stakeholder involvement in new developments in our areas. So we're very concerned so far about the imbalance of input on the initiative. We feel that there's been a lot of consultation with multiple industry reps, but very little or none from community stakeholders on this initiative. So that's troubling. Developers are obviously a crucial part of what Edmonton needs to ensure that we meet the demands of this housing crisis and the global warming crisis. But the city needs to make sure these recommendations are brought forward by developers, that they're tempered by comprehensive and meaningful engagement with the affected communities and stakeholders. One size does not fit all. We are already seeing this through other initiatives, such as a public realm strategy. The impact of having priority areas is a driver of growth. We are seeing evidence that the special character of our communities will be put aside to achieve this growth, and it has already been written into future plans. That's what we're really worried about. It's already gone down the road. Yet the initiative has not been approved. There's no consultation. But yet it's already written into these other initiatives. So yeah, very, very concerning. Our neighborhoods are so diverse. They have size and shape differences, ages, different levels of health, moods, aspirations, histories, character. They deserve to be treated as individuals. A good example is our Garneau, very unique historic area. It's already dealing with multiple projects. The old Strathcona White Avenue area, it's a cultural district that's world renowned, but there's so many developments underway, so much at risk, so much at stake. And I guess one might say, should like the Strathcona area be treated differently than other areas in the city? I think absolutely. I think most Edmontonians would agree. It's not just a business opportunity for developers, but it's an extremely valuable asset for everyone in the city. We feel there's some good ideas that we've seen so far in there. Establishing criteria to focus on a few PGAs and specific land, engaging with industry and community stakeholders. Yes, absolutely. Things like, appropriate zones, height modifiers, et cetera, the normal stuff. Applying climate lens to this project, very important. And identifying the magnitude of the infrastructure upgrading required and develop a framework to determine the impact on expediting that. This plan will have the effect of diminishing community voices and blocking opportunities, we feel, for affected communities. And it'll affect them. We won't be able to obtain localized benefits. Council needs to support the citizens of these communities ahead of the asks of the industry, and we feel that council-initiated rezoning should only be used under very specific and limited conditions. When the area has multiple long-time vacant sites or needs revitalization and has a comprehensive plan in effect, which has already been created with local community, for example, like Stadium Lands, Coliseum Lands, Blatchford, 109th Street corridor would also qualify if the values of the old ARP and the work done on the Envision 109 plan are included, which represents thousands of hours of engagement and community input. That's wisdom that we have sitting there, and we need that to be included moving forward. Much of the Strathcona area and White Avenue corridor does not meet the criteria that is outlined because there isn't enough long-time vacant land. It's already a vibrant, highly populated area with lots going on. We feel it's important to limit the scope of priority areas so that investments go to the highest priority areas that truly need revitalization. This can be achieved by limiting council-initiated rezonings to properties adjacent to the main transportation routes of priority areas best suited to commercial and mixed-use developments. Using public dollars for infrastructure upgrades for specific land priority areas that are driven by developer interest is not good for our communities. That money should instead be targeting areas long in need of revitalization and creating initiatives for developers to work where the city wants them instead of speculating in already built up areas. So we'd like to see some bespoke treatment of our established communities in these priority areas. This needs to be a collaboration if it is to be a successful initiative and make Edmonton better, not worse, as we go forward together. And of course, members of SDCC would be more than happy to further discuss this with you, especially as it pertains to the areas specifically within our district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Next, I have Wendy Antoniak. Wendy, good afternoon and welcome.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi, Urban Planning members, other councillors in attendance, admin, and others online today. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
I'm with the Old Glenora Conservation Association. Some of you have seen me on appearing before you on that. And I'm also a steering committee member with Better Infill, which I've also appeared before council on. I wanted to say, especially to councillors, that I can imagine, and I've been there, how onerous it is when you're listening to rezoning applications. But this proposed upzoning that's before you, it must look attractive, and it would eliminate untold individual rezoning applications that you have to hear. But the actual act of these rezoning applications, when the people before you gather community feedback and present their views to council, is one of Edmonton's treasured democratic processes. The ability to build what you want on your own land, be it a new duplex, a side-by-side, a triplex, or a row house, is also now part of our process and contributes to housing choices and variety. I thought that was the whole idea of the ZBR, was to add choice. Now, in these priority areas, it's taking away that choice. Really, we are very limiting that choice, taking the ability away to build what you want. people here live in an RS zone, it'll change to an RM zone or an RL zone, and you will no longer have the ability to, maybe you plan to build a triplex, you bought a single family home, plan that, you won't be able to. Almost half of Westmount and a third of Glenora, areas that I'm familiar with, would be faced with this upzoning. And let me be clear, these are not public lands, they're not vacant, and they're not derelict. They are vibrant. There's a very thick canopy of trees. Some have historic homes, and many have new infills. We're talking about this at a very walkable neighborhood, and it's already a 15-minute community. And this is the area that we're looking at totally changing against the will of the citizens. There hasn't been any consultation with our citizens about this. And it's a surprise to all of us that have done this research now to find out it's been in the works since April 12th, 2022. We were assured that there would be no upzoning. It would be like for like zoning. We were assured this by city planners, by city admin, by councillors during community meetings. Homeowners were repeatedly told, find your zone, and told the zoning would remain the same unless they wanted to change it. I heard planners say priority areas and boundaries were being dropped. We heard properties would not be rezoned unless owners wanted to rezone them, and then a process needed to be followed. So why is there a rush to turn everything over to developers? Why decide where to put priority growth areas where the market demand is strongest? It ends up being Glenora because there's the highest profitability there. It makes no sense. There's not the need for revitalization, and there's just money to be made. Shouldn't we be looking at affordability, citizen and neighborhood concerns? We're supposed to be following the city plan. It's not supposed to be density over everything. The city plan ranks infill and heritage preservation as equal goals. But experience shows that infill always trumps heritage. Over the past decade, the loss of heritage buildings has continued at an accelerating pace. There are no methods to prevent it now with priority upzoning. These priority upzoning areas encourage the loss of heritage. Glenora and other heritage areas are not looked at assets by the city now, despite the fact that City Council just a few years ago funded $500,000 worth to explore ways to safeguard it. For example, the many heritage streets were looked at in city planners over a year ago, and they were designated a character area, and now they're part of the priority upzoning. The upzoning is being done without any ARP, without the district plans passed, without the heritage resource plan or a community consultation. And despite assurances of the opposite, that the opposite would occur. There are currently 42 listed heritage properties in the primary corridors where council is looking at having upzoning to RM and RL. In the short time since this heritage inventory was completed in Glenora, we've already lost 12 houses. The destruction of heritage buildings and areas will accelerate simply because there are no rules to prevent it and incentives to accelerate it. The area of upzoning really goes against the advice of experts who support densification, such as Jane Jacobs, Christopher Alexander, and Charles.
Thank you. I'm going to have to stop you there.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next on our speakers, I'll just Wendy, if you don't mind, Beauty. Thank you. There we go. Next up, we have Lynn Odinsky. Lynn, are you there? Hello. I think you're just on mute right now. There should be a red button.
Okay.
There we go.
Sorry.
No, that's
Thank
all right.
you very much.
Of course, you're good to go. Thank you.
I'm here today once again speaking on behalf of the Old Glenora Conservation Association. I have to tell you that after receiving this report to upzone priority growth areas throughout the city, one of our OGCA members wrote to say, it's over. They won the fight. I have to tell you, that took me aback and it made me sad. This isn't supposed to be a fight. I am a firm believer in participatory democracy, a democratic process whereby citizens and policymakers alike engage in a civil discourse to reach a shared understanding of how best to move forward in a way that will benefit us all. It's not simply about who will advise and who will decide. It requires all those who will be affected by this decision, not only those from the development industry coming together with planners, administrators, and elected officials in the same room at the same time to talk and to listen to each other's point of view. To be effective, this public consultation needs to take place long before a formal democratic process, such as a public hearing, is slated to begin. Transformational change may well be hard, but in a strong democracy, democratic participation must continue to be more than simply a technical exercise. Counting clicks, number of events held, and responses received, which are then mediated and interpreted by those who hold the institutional power, weakens the democratic process. It is the talking and the listening together that is important here, and it needs to include all those who will be affected by this enormous change. It is through this process of talking and listening that we build empathy and shared understanding on how to move forward in a way that works best for us all, and it needs to be done together. But that's not what this feels like. Set against a backdrop where Glenora residents are unfairly accused of being elitists, simply using heritage to block infill, and who are now facing a proposal that will decimate Glenora's historic streetscape. It's hard not to see this as a fight. Every single house on the Glenora Historic Resources inventory could be designated. But if you proceed to upzone the swath of a Glenora identified in this report, you will destroy the Garden City layout, which is a key contributing factor to the heritage of this community. Furthermore, if other heritage areas in this city are targeted for priority growth, they will experience a similar demise. The Garden City is not only important historically, it also holds important lessons on city building that could form the basis for developing public lands as a means to densify the modern city. Robert A. Stern, former dean of the Yale School of Architecture, and his colleagues are advocating for such an approach. And this is why, and I quote, "At its best, the planned garden suburb is a remarkable urbanistic achievement intended to evoke the physical structure of pre-industrial era villages, an incomparable work of environmental art combining land planning, landscape, and architecture to shape neighborhoods and foster a sense of community. We urge you to put aside this top-down, seemingly heavy-handed approach. Complete both the Glenora heritage and citywide zoning plans and embrace the lessons the Garden City has to offer for building a denser, more sustainable modern city. One where everyone has access to an affordable and livable home in the city where democracy thrives." Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Drina Schneider. Hi, good afternoon, Drina. We're over to
Good
you.
afternoon.
5 minutes are yours.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Drina Schneider. I'm a longtime resident of Fulton Place and speaking on behalf of the Greater Hardisty Coalition today. At a professional level, I'm a management consultant with over 30 years of municipal finance experience, and I'm here to express our interest and support for the city's proposed work plan for rezoning priority growth areas. The Greater Hardisty Coalition is a grassroots citizen group from 5 neighboring communities that was established in support of the City of Edmonton's Elevate Committee. Our model of engagement was heralded as a success, and our ongoing efforts continue to bring value to the city for over 10 years. It was the strong local community support for densification along 101 Avenue that initiated the city's 101 Avenue Corridor study back in 2016. Today, the 101 Avenue Corridor is officially identified as a secondary corridor in the current city plan and also as a priority growth area. We hear references to the city plan as being aspirational, sometimes with a negative connotation that the plan is based on extremely lofty goals. But I commend City Council, with support from City Administration, for your vision, your leadership, and direction towards implementing the city plan and taking proactive action to create the healthy, urban, and climate resilient city we want Edmonton to be. As you know, our city continues to experience a high influx of immigration. The city's fall 2023 economic forecast projects population growth of 4.8% in 2023 and 3.6% in 2024. The 1.25 million population milestone referenced in city plan could already be reached by 2026, maybe even sooner. Through rezoning, targeting reinvestment, and reducing current barriers to redevelopment, the opportunities for the priority growth areas to accommodate future housing demand can be realized sooner. All our neighborhoods experience change, new and old. Our established neighborhoods are not the same neighborhoods they were at the peak of their development. In a lot of these neighborhoods, the housing stock remains largely the same, but the population is a lot lower. In some of these homes, we have original owners and empty nesters, and families nowadays are not as large as they were 50 to 60 years ago. But the municipal services, and in many cases, the service capacity levels, are there to accommodate a higher population base. This is an opportunity for the city. Here's some food for thought. In the greater Hardisty area, the population is 40% lower than what it was in 1971, when the neighborhoods were likely at the peak of their neighborhood life cycle. With a population of 23,000 in 1971 and only 14,000 in 2021, that's a decline of 9,000 people. In 2021, the percentage of residents 65 plus years of age in the greater Hardisty area comprised 20% of the population, compared to 14% for the city overall. 60 years ago, the greater Hardisty area was the Heritage Valley and Ellerslie of today. Now we are the future of what new neighborhoods will be like as they progress through the neighborhood life cycle and no reinvestment is made. I pause here. Think about this for a minute. We don't need a crystal ball to see the future. Continuation of our historic pattern of development is not sustainable and does not support our goals to be a resilient city. With 101 as a priority growth area, we can increase the population of the neighboring communities by offering an increased mix of housing forms to accommodate existing residents who may have different housing needs but want to remain in their neighborhood, thus freeing up the inventory of single-family homes for new homeowners. An increased mix of housing choice will also attract a range of other demographic groups and housing types, seeking different housing options in established neighborhoods rich in services and amenities. Housing preferences are shifting. Not everyone wants a single-family home, and not everyone can afford a single-family home in today's economy. That is our current reality for reasons beyond the control of the city. The market will adjust its housing expectations and needs accordingly, but the city needs to be positioned to offer the increased range of housing choice and forms that are attainable but still desirable for new households. With the increase in population, we can grow our commercial opportunities as well in the 101 Avenue priority growth area and elsewhere in the greater Hardisty area. Our communities become places to live, to work, and to hang out. This will not only make greater Hardisty area thrive, but make the city more financially sustainable. I thank you for your time and look forward to future public engagement on this.
Thank you very much. I'll go next to Elaine Solis. Elaine, are you there?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Our letter, as our letter indicated from the letter from Strathcona District Council and my colleague Kim Clegg has already mentioned, the Strathcona District Communities Council urges caution as well as specific criteria and robust community engagement in moving forward with city-initiated rezoning within priority growth areas. It even seems premature to be considering this work plan now before we know the impact on rezoning and development of the new zoning bylaw, which just came into effect, and the district plans, which will be considered for approval later this year. These new tools are intended to stimulate growth, and we are certainly already seeing that effect in our area. It makes sense to consider assessing the impact of the zoning bylaw and district plans on higher density goals before launching proactive rezoning in the PGAs. In fact, we are seeing a large amount of rezoning applications and higher density development in the PGA within the Scona district, even before these new tools were approved. We see little need for the city to further incentivize higher density development and give developers a break at this time in the University Garneau major node, the White Avenue corridor, or the 114th Street corridor, since so much rezoning and higher density development is happening in these areas already. That said, there may be a few long vacant sites in the 109th Street corridor that could be considered for city-initiated rezoning. In general, we suggest taking time to assess the impact of the new zoning bylaw and district plans before considering whether the city should proactively and selectively rezone specific sites within priority growth areas. At the same time, there may be vacant or rundown areas or sites that have chronically had difficulty attracting investment that might benefit from proactive rezoning. And that would be a preferable focus than focusing on market attractive areas that are densifying and thriving. Finally, I would like to reiterate a couple of points from our letter sent yesterday. First, the sites for proactive rezoning should be few in number and very carefully selected so that public resources aren't stretched. Second, we would like to see the city recover the cost of proactive rezoning if no development application is filed within a year or a reasonable time of the city-initiated rezoning. The property owner must have the intention to develop if they have allowed the city to rezone their land. And we'd be happy to answer questions, as Kim has already said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Our last speaker is Lindsay Sturton. Lindsay, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, and 5 minutes over to you.
Thank you so much. Mayor Sohi, members of the Urban Planning Committee, City Councilors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of Glenora Community League. I'm here to ask you to do your job. Edmontonians want to live in a vibrant city where everyone has a home, can move around the city with ease. We minimize emissions, reduce climate change, and have great communities full of people that support each other. There is the dream. And then there's the plan. The gaps in the city plans, holes in the zoning bylaws, and the chasm in the proposed district plans. The timing of this proposed work plan to rezone priority areas is in direct contradiction to several things, to several items that have been mentioned within the Urban Planning Committee over the past few years. One of those instances was April 12, 2022, when the Urban Planning Committee motions to that the administration provide a report outlining the potential plan on the approach to rezoning priority areas as identified through district plans and growth management, if approved. The district plans have not been approved. It's too early for this work plan. Rezoning priority areas has always been presented to the public by council and the city administration that this change would be slow and developer driven. Suddenly the city looks like it's moving the goalpost again. Edmontonians want to see diverse types of housings that consider the existing homes adjacent to them, ensuring builds that do not cause flooding by having sufficient permeable material per lot, metrics to evidence capacity within a neighborhood, ensuring sunlight on neighboring properties, and maintaining our urban tree canopy. Some of the mistakes in these plans include lack of neighborhood-specific planning, no consideration for existing infrastructure load, environmental impacts, traffic impacts, protection for existing and heritage properties. There's no incentives to retrofit old buildings versus demolish them, no incentive to rebuild affordable houses that are being demolished, and no incentive for owners and landlords to maintain affordable housing. These are not Glenora problems. These are citywide problems. I'm asking council to oppose the work plan on rezoning priority areas and take administration to task to fix the problems that exist in the city plan, the zoning bylaw, and the proposed district plans before moving forward with anything else. We've been trying unsuccessfully to work with city councilors and administration to fix the gaps in these plans. To date, this group has been very clear they're not interested in having these discussions with us because other neighborhoods do not share our concerns. That's simply not correct. Some of those neighborhoods are here today speaking. More will be at the next public hearing. Work with us. We want to be involved in the process. Why can't Edmonton have great urban planning and design? Why are there no metrics built to gauge the success of density within the neighborhood? Where is the incentive to industry to rebuild affordable housings that have been demolished? Where is the plan to focus revitalization where it's clearly needed? The old Rexall area, exhibition lands, Blatchford, parts of Jasper Ave, parts of the government district, and other areas of downtown. What happened to that downtown revitalization? I'm here to ask you to do your job. Please direct administration to stop the premature work plan on rezoning priority areas and refocus their efforts on vacant and brownfield land that is blanketing the city within the boundaries of the Henday. Edmontonians deserve to live in a city with great urban planning and design. The one-size-fits-all approach skims the surface of good urban planning. Take administration to task and have them fix the problems in the existing plans before moving forward. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So that concludes our speakers. We'll now go to questions from members of committee and council. Just give a moment for that list to come up if anyone wanted to click on. Thank you. Councillor Salvador, happy to go to you. Oh, okay.
I can pause if there are committee members.
Sure. Yeah, I think I maybe see Mayor Sohi.
Yes, I did sign up, but my name is not appearing on the screen. I just want to follow up on some of the concerns being raised about the consultation, and I am concerned about that as well. Maybe I'll start with Kim Clegg. You mentioned about the imbalance in engagement. Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean? I mean, I know what you. I would like to hear more about what do you mean by the imbalance, but also how we can close that imbalance.
Well, I feel there's a, thank you for the question. I feel that there is an imbalance in that you have a group of very well-organized developers who have a massive and incredibly massive initiative where they're all paid. They've got consultants. They've got highly intelligent and motivated people, and they want to make things easier for themselves to build within the city. And I understand that they're businesses, and when you're a business, and they're not good and they're not bad, they are what they are. And the problem is they don't always want to do what's best for the city. And I feel like a lot of this, the rezoning, well, I think there's been evidence to us that a lot of the rezoning effort, this initiative has been driven by a lot of consultation with industry. Mm-hmm. But without an equal amount, or at least a reasonable amount of consultation with community members and organizations, and there's many out there, I know it's difficult for you to coordinate with us because we're not as well organized as a group of developers, but we're out here. There's lots of concerned citizens and a lot of mobilized, grouped up citizens with tons and tons of knowledge and experience. And I just feel like we haven't been brought in early enough to consult on some of this. Got it. Okay. Oh, we heard that during the zoning regulation conversation as well, right? So
I think I can't remember who mentioned this, but also there was a reference to, I think it was Smythe, about co-creating, visioning instead of just being at one side, or maybe taking it to that stage. I don't know if Rob, you still there, right? And
I'm here, Marceli. Yes, as proposed in the report that committee is looking at, I mean, we talk about, or it's proposed that they use the advisory part of the engagement continuum, which in my mind the more ideal pillar, if you will, of that continuum of our city's engagement process is that collaborate pillar, where and it works more with community. I think we've felt a little bit over on some of this work over the last couple of years. Input from community was heard, but I'm not sure how well it was listened to. And it wasn't that sort of co-creation approach. Now we're not being naive here either, but this is moving it down so that there's a more serious ability of admin to listen. And I think the dimensions in the engagement document are quite robust in terms of what the expectations are along that third pillar.
Like co-creation in your mind is not about, agreeing to one's position. It's more about coming together. Okay, let's think about what we can do here together. I think because because I'm concerned that I also hear that some people don't want change in the neighborhood, and I respect that, but I disagree with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I prefer the word collaborative. I mean, that seems to resonate in my head anyway as a strategy in going forward. And certainly, it's not a matter of putting up roadblocks or delaying things or always saying no. It's really, I think everybody's on board for all of the vision kind of work of city plan, and that's all very compelling, and we're all on board for that. But as it gets more granular, we need to work together, like we did on city plan, community with administration, to develop the nuts and bolts of what the plan would look like somewhat in the district plans, but then for the rezoning as well. Yeah. So if there'd be a way to emulate what happened with city plan as we go into this more detailed level of planning, because this is what's on the ground. I hate the term, but rubber hits the road and so on. It's very important that I think that collaborative pillar is the framework that was used if this goes forward.
Thank you. And thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for this conversation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few, I heard some really important points being raised by the speakers, and I think, those are points that I've captured to ask to our administration. So I don't have too many questions of our speakers directly. Did just want to speak or follow up with Lynn Odinsky, if you're still there. I really, really appreciated your comments and how we need to, work together and do this work together. I'm just wondering, for me, that really collaborative vision and community work was done as part of city plan in terms of defining a future for our city. So just wondering if you had any thoughts on that in terms of the work that went into building city plan.
I can't speak to the work that went into the city plan, but I can speak to the consultation that has gone on throughout the zoning bylaw renewal and so far in the district plans. And, I've thought about this, and after the public hearing on the zoning bylaws, a lot of people said, I wish we'd had this opportunity to all be in the same room together before to hear what each other was saying. And I think that what must have gone on before, as I listened to Rob Smythe, is that there were broader consultations in the community where people got together and they talked, maybe at small tables or city meetings, I'm not exactly sure. But I think what got lost as we entered the pandemic was this bringing people together, bringing staff together, bringing people who live in the community, bringing others who don't live in the community but would really like to live in the community, the planners, the administrators, bringing us all together into one room and providing an opportunity for us to have the kind of discussions and dialogues that really took place in the public hearing. But by then, it was too late to build a shared understanding and enable us to kind of understand where each other was coming from. If we could go back to having those kinds of processes before we get to public hearing, I think we would all come to it with a better understanding of how to move forward in a way that everyone can support to some degree. I really
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I should explain to our speakers as well that we're also limited to 5 minutes. So sometimes we just need to move along to stay within our time as well. But really appreciate those insights. You know, I feel a bit differently. Just you know, I feel that some of that interaction, or a lot of that interaction, was created as part of City Plan. But absolutely agree with you in the value of that in that process. So maybe just to Mr. Smythe in my last few minutes. So again, really hearing that desire for more collaboration and input. I just want to understand if the common understanding is that we are starting from the City Plan baseline.
Well, I think that's a given, and I think the community is on board for that.
But
I mean, it's very.
Can we dig into that though? Because what I think is outlined in, I'm not hearing that, I guess, in terms of what I've heard from other speakers, what I've heard from yourself. I think what's being proposed is in line with what City Plan set out. So just wondering where you see the alignment in terms of what you're asking for.
In my head, we're jumping from City Plan to rezoning, which is far too big a step in my head in planning, the planning system, if you will. You need to use the same kind of community engagement that we use for City Plan as you develop more granular plans. And you need those granular plans then to apply the zoning.
And I guess where I'm confused then though is that do you not see a risk in us engaging when the vision is set in City Plan in terms of the built form that's expected in certain areas of the city?
Well, I think it's incumbent upon the administration to set the parameters of that conversation. I mean, with example, that impacts, we talk about the corridors and nodes, like those are not up for discussion. I mean, but it's the details within the corridor, how big, how high, how wide, what are the right policy directions within the corridor. But we're not going to go and revisit, a particular node and say this shouldn't be a node.
Oh, okay. Well, that's helpful, and I think some of that built form in terms of how high is sort of described in City Plan. But I'm out of time, so I need to manage myself. But appreciate the input. I'll go next to Councillor Salvador for questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe I'll go to Speaker Drina Schneider to start off with. And thanks to all of our speakers for their presentations. So Drina, I just wanted to tap into your expertise around municipal finance for a second. When I really root myself in the City Plan and I think about the financial analysis that underlies the City Plan and the efficiencies that are expected to be realized if we actually follow through on that plan, we know we have limited tools for realizing that vision. So I'm wondering, why you're speaking in favor of this today. Why do you feel that this is an important step for activating those priority growth areas, as opposed to maybe waiting for individual rezonings to come forward?
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I think, prior to or up until this point, we have a lot of areas that are brownfield, that are underdeveloped, specifically along 101 Avenue. That has been, there's so much potential there, and it's not being realized. And there is no uptake by developers. because, I think the message here is we need a catalyst for this. You look at a greenfield development, and that's like a blank slate. And, a developer comes in there and they know what they're going to build. When you're looking at an existing built form, whether it's, fully capacity or not, there's constraints there. You've got existing servicing. Is that servicing adequate to accommodate, higher density or a different form of development? And having a single developer come into that and being able to, I guess, either do the assessment, look at how they're going to fund it. I think that's a lot of challenges. And I think that's what you hear from the development industry. And I'm not a developer, but what I'm seeing is we need leadership from the city. The city plan talks to it. We got to start to implement this. And we need to have that ability where the city is showing commitment to say, you know what, these are the areas that we will incentivize, however that may happen. But I think we need that to bring the development industry on board and to kind of start getting this redevelopment that we so desperately need.
Okay, that's really helpful. So I'm hearing, references to sort of enabling and catalyzing on the city side when it comes to those priority growth areas. So that's really helpful. I'm also going to go to speaker Jacob DeWang. I just would like your thoughts around alignment to city plan, because we heard from some speakers there might be some discrepancy between, or feelings of discrepancy between city plan versus district planning versus the report that's in front of us around priority growth areas. Do you feel that this is sort of linked back to the city plan with the nodes and corridors? You briefly mentioned it, but I was looking for a little bit more elaboration there.
I mean, I think these were all initiatives that could be done independent of each other. We could have this rezoning priority growth areas without district planning. We could have the city plan without each of them. I think this goes towards, just the general areas of the nodes and corridors in the city plan. If we wanted to tackle rezoning of those general areas, like this aligns directly with that. And of course, it directly aligns with the goals for the reasons that I said.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to speaker Kim Clegg as well, if they're still online.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. I appreciate you sharing your concerns about engagement, but just wanted to make sure we have a shared understanding that engagement on this hasn't actually started yet. Is that your understanding? Like the report that's in front of us details what the plans are for engagement.
But it's already being put into future policy as being a done deal. That's well, like the private realms report references back to this, and like it's a done deal, and and there's so much to talk about because of the sweeping effect it could have. And so I guess maybe we'd rather be a little more alarmist than passive if in fact we get all the the engagement that we hope for. Then amazing, great, but we're really worried that we won't, and we're really worried that we're going too far.
Okay, well, that's helpful, and that helps me understand where you're at, and I can hopefully get some further clarity from admin that engagement is still to come, that has not started yet, and there's multiple phases that are detailed in the report. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. I don't see any further questions of our speakers, so thank you again all so much for joining us today. We'll go next to questions of administration, and I'll invite my colleagues to sign up. Councillor Salvador, you go. Oh no, Mayor Sohi, over to you.
Yeah, a little slower clicking in than Councillor Salvador. To administration, can you walk me through how will you select which priority growth areas to be part of this 4 to 6 pilot or the planning?
Mr. Mayor, before I hand it over to the team to provide that detailed overview, I just thought I'd provide some context setting around that these areas haven't been selected. There hasn't been engagement either with industry or community members on this project to date. This is bringing forth and why we're here today is to outline our plan to do all of that. And moving towards your question, from the high level, we start at the city plan, which has identified a nodes and corridors network. Through the city plan work and through the implementation of city plan, administration has identified a number of priority growth areas which look to strategize, invest, and align city's budget to leverage investment to meet our goals. And those goals are to drive development and intensification inside the Anthony Henday to meet our goals of 50% infill, and also our built form objectives of densifying around the northern corridors to support transit and climate actions. So in terms of picking those 4 to 6 areas, I'll pass it over to Lisa to go through that.
Thank you. Yes, so we're going to be doing a set of research and analysis on all 19 priority growth areas and apply a set of criteria to shortlist them. The criteria is going to involve a variety of things, some things that we've heard today, looking at things like vacant land availability, age and condition of housing. So we're really trying to identify the development potential in these different areas, looking at things like the existing zoning that is already in place, what's the alignment there, what other market factors are there, as well as some things around, trying to encourage mass transit density around those areas and a set of criteria around that.
So, like if we are looking at sustainability, affordability, the best potential for building more housing and integration of transportation and land use planning, I think would probably be natural in a way that maximize our infrastructure investments. So will there be a criteria that says, okay, if all those things are coming together, this priority growth area is going to be selected on top of other priority growth area?
Absolutely, that is the intent.
Mm-hmm. And what would be the engage? Like that's in order to do that, it might be difficult to engage with public because that's very high level. But once that selection is made, what the engagement would look like with community?
Definitely, yeah. That first selection phase, it will be focused on kind of more technical criteria and key stakeholder groups. As we move forward we have areas and are looking at individual parcels, we're going to be doing a variety of in-person and online engagement tactics that will reflect the unique land use demographics there and people there. So we'll really be talking to them about a few specific things. We're looking to talk to them about density intensity within the planning framework that's set before us, as well as transition from high to low density areas, what that looks like, other items around conversations around where mixed use opportunities would be best.
Mm-hmm. But I'm concerned about the timelines. Seems that timeline is pretty tight. You coming to us Q1 2025 with the actual recommendation for rezoning, right? So from now till that time, and I'll come back for a second round. I want to also know about what are the check-ins with council and the committee, right? So can you speak to the timelines?
Yeah, so we're looking to initiate the selection of the areas quite soon so that we can move forward with talking to the specific priority growth areas and the residents and business there as soon as possible, keeping in mind that the time constraints we're working in. That's why it's so important that we're trying to build on past engagement that's been done through district planning, city plan, and zoning bylaws, so we can be prepared to go forward and speak with people about the important issues.
I'll come back for a second round if you have time.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, I guess maybe I'll just build on that timeline question. If you can help me just better understand, so this is a pilot for 4 to 5. You will start initiating the site selection based on, various criteria. And then we have district planning come through in May. Is that right? But then if site is selected, the public hearing for this will be early next year. I guess I'm just wondering, how do all these pieces intertwine?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. We are working in alignment with district planning, and if there were any changes in the timeline or the policy of district plannings, we would be adjusting our project timelines accordingly as well.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then, so the 19 in the map, are they in that order of priorities?
No, that isn't in priority at all.
Okay, so they're just
Just labeling.
Yeah, I was also wondering about just in terms of your criteria for site selection. How does that city-initiated effort coincide with existing like developer-led ones? Like I'm thinking of the Millwoods Town Center, right? Like there is a separate thing going on there, but it is also selected as one of these priority growth areas. Or would that maybe they won't be selected because of that? I don't know.
So when it comes to areas that are actively undergoing redevelopment, we will, once an area is selected, we will dive deeper into identifying if there's large land holdings or active applications and things like that, and consult with those landowners accordingly.
Okay, great, thank you. And then in your this first phase, how have you thought about dispersing some of those pilots around the city, so that there's sites in different geographic areas?
We're still finalizing, in discussions of the direction we receive here about our criteria. In terms of disbursement, that's not something that's been flagged initially, something that could definitely be considered as it relates to, though, some of the criteria is going to identify areas that have higher priority just based on the existing land holdings, the context that they're in, which will may be more influential.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is more to the feedback of some neighborhoods feel disproportionately targeted during this process, and I'm just wondering, is there something that could happen in a phased way so that it's not such radical change all of a sudden? And I guess on engagement, so maybe this is to Ms. Petrin and Mr. Pollock. City plan, the bulk of that was at what level? Was that at the CREA level?
So the bulk of city plan was at CREA. Yep.
Right, and so as various policy initiatives emerge from that broader vision that is developed at that CREA level, I guess, can you just, what are some thoughts about, do we continue with the CREA level for all these things, or, but, we've done that co-creation level already. When we're coming down to sort of the nitty gritty, push comes to shove kind of policy implementation, is that the most appropriate tool or more the most appropriate level of engagement? Hence why, the recommendations here.
Yes, for this specific project, the recommendation is at that advised level because we are following all these layers of policy that has gone before us and all that engagement that was required to create that policy. So as you mentioned, city plan was at that CREATE level. District planning is ongoing. That was at the both the advise and the inform level. And then as we go on, those discussion topics become narrower and narrower. So we're not going out to say what is a node and corridor. What we're looking for is feedback in terms of we're proposing a set number of zones, or we're proposing a number of priority growth areas. Are we getting it right? And where are those pieces where that we can modify?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Really appreciate the report. I think it's always great to have a chance to connect at the start of a project. So again, just to confirm, based on some of the concerns we heard, again, this is the beginning. You've set out the work that you're going to do, which includes that engagement work. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. In terms of some of the stakeholders, I'm noticing there's a strong correlation between some of the priority growth areas and business improvement areas. So just want to confirm that BIAs and local businesses will be in the engagement process?
Yep.
Great. Really appreciate that you're looking at areas of strong existing market demand. Coming from some of the questions from speakers, have we been successful at using upzoning as a tool of revitalization in the past?
Revitalization is a broad term. I would say we've had varying degrees of success around all of our revitalization efforts. We can pick on Fort Road for an example, which has been a slow uptake. Through the 104th Avenue corridor plan, there was also a rezoning process. But that was also in an area with higher demand. So it also went to that step further to rezone it.
Yeah, well, and I think, I know, and sort of smaller, sort of lesser known efforts have been made around, Stony Plain Road. I think that was all CB2 instead of CB1. Around, I think Coliseum Station or Bellevue, we have a lot of RA9 zone land. So is it fair that we have learned that market demand piece is a really important part of success?
It is, and I think when we're looking at to drive and influence that change or that pace of change and reflect upon where we want the city to go, it's important to follow those drivers.
Yeah. It was really important. I think the point around removing choice for individual landowners was an important point, right? And that is a true reality. If something were to be zoned to RM, let's say, I think that would not, a single detached home or a duplex or a fourplex may not meet the density requirements of that higher zone. Is that true?
As we get higher and higher into those zones, those permissions are limited in order to meet those goals set out in the plans, correct?
Yeah. And so I'm assuming then that part of the criteria for prioritizing the growth, priority growth areas would be things like land consolidation, for example, so that you have more unified land ownership, fewer of sort of, again, the single lot potentially?
Potentially. I think that's one of the factors. There's, as Lisa outlined, there's a number of factors that play there in terms of how do we focus this development around our transit network and our transit investments. Through also the study, we'll be looking at the subsurface infrastructure and how it's serviced and how that can all come together in terms of allowing that redevelopment to happen.
Yeah, but on that note, will the project include looking at sort of cumulative TIAs or shadow studies, not only to help in the communication with community, I think, but also to potentially remove that cost from subsequent folks coming forward for development permit, for example?
Yeah, I'll pass it over to Lisa for some more detailed answering. But the idea is around to complete these studies to remove that requirement or to alleviate that. And Lisa can go into further detail in terms of what those specific studies are.
Great.
I'm going to actually pass it over here to Cecil.
Yes, Councillor, there will be a mobility system review done for these corridors, whichever gets selected. And we will be looking at them from a multimodal perspective, making sure that there are synergies not only between the modes, but also what is slated through the capital investment in those corridors.
Great. And again, that would potentially remove the need for individuals, property owners coming forward for development permits to do individual site-by-site TIAs?
Absolutely.
Great. That's an exciting, additional way to support some of that coming on board. Maybe are we also planning? Maybe I'll come back to this one just very quickly, and mind my time. Okay, I'll go next to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. So really appreciate the answer about where we're at in this process and that engagement is still to come. I know there are a number of folks here today I'm thinking of, Greater Hardisty Sustainability Coalition, who seem like they would be interested in some of those conversations that are coming down the line. Can I just hear from admin? Would the Greater Hardisty Sustainability Coalition be one of those groups that could be part of the engagement going forward?
Yes, of course.
Excellent. That's great to hear. Okay, so in terms of broader questions, again, just trying to really root this in the city plan. I was actually looking back at the city plan, and there's some pretty specific language in there about priority growth areas and expectations to see more population growth there, and specifically different activation treatments to activate those priority growth areas and enable further development. So I guess, is this that? Is this one of those potential tools for applying appropriate and enabling rezonings?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Absolutely. The city plan talks about strategize, invest, and nurture. And strategize, it specifically talks about zoning. And as we've alluded to, there's definitely investment opportunity throughout this project as well. So we see that fitting really well under some of the levers of change that are spoken about throughout the city plan.
Okay, fantastic. So this is clearly in alignment. That's really good to hear. And I'm also, I guess I just like administration's thoughts on some of the commentary we heard about, is this a radical change? Or are we really just following that direction that was set out in the city plan? Like, that's what I'm grappling with as well.
Yeah, we definitely see this as a continuation of the direction that's been set on in the city plan and forthcoming district plans. Each process has incrementally furthered that vision, and we see this as an incremental furthering of that vision as well.
Okay, that's really helpful. This is an interesting one. So we know that in certain cases, scarcity can, of course, drive land economics, and part of the driving motivation to do broader upzonings can be to avoid creating value by only doing a handful of properties. So sort of the difference between spot rezonings versus broader rezonings. How are we looking to ensure that there's enough breadth here to limit that risk?
Yeah, that's a great question, and definitely something that have been considering as we've been thinking about this project, and will continue to as it progresses. We do know that in areas where high density development is already expected, it doesn't tend to have the same effect. It's not as disruptive as when you see upzoning that significantly diverges from the planning direction that council has set and approved policies and plans, because the zoning is more expected and predictable. So we're taking that into consideration, and also going to be looking again at the site selection carefully to try and mitigate those impacts. We also recognize this is one tool in the city's toolbox, and looking at other ways that we're trying to encourage things like affordable housing across the housing spectrum, targeting PGAs in particular, and different ways that we can incentivize offset some of the potential negative impacts of one specific project or upzoning.
Excellent. That really answers my question. I don't have any further, and really excited about this work. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think we'll pause here for our break, and we will come back to conclude this item at 3:45. Thank you all. We are on recess. Welcome back. I'll do a quick roll call of committee members. Councillor Tang is here with me in the room. Councillor Rutherford? Maybe just take a few more moments. Mayor Sohi? Oh, there you are. Hello. Hi, Councillor Rutherford. Mayor Sohi?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi. And we have joining us as well our colleagues Ashley Salvador, Michael Jans, Andrew Knack.
Good afternoon.
Oh. I was just trying to whip through, but there you go. And I think that's everyone. Unless I've missed someone, please let me know. Councillor Jans, I had you on for questions.
Yeah, a couple of things. First question, the West 240 and the U of A property, is that not included in the mix, as well as the Blatchford or the exhibition lands? I'm assuming the rationale is because those are not infill areas, those are de facto new developments. Is that true?
Councillor Jans, it's Tim Ford here. Yes, that's true. They're coming on, they're newly developing, so they're not being looked at as part of the growth corridors at this time.
Okay, last week we rezoned a parcel around White Mud Crossing Public Library, an old strip mall that now has the potential to be residential commercial. I expect we'll see a lot more of those in future as Amazon continues to cannibalize our retail market. How are we anticipating sort of wild fluctuations in commercial real estate that may lead to more mixed-use housing opportunities, faster, cheaper, bigger than maybe trad infill development?
I think we're looking at those more or less as a one-off as they come in. As I said, they're not part of the growth priority areas at this time. We will actively, most likely look at those quite favorably as they transition to more intense uses.
I was also wondering how this list was indexed against our mass transit goals, BRT, high frequency routes, etc.
Yes, we'll be using the mass transit work that is underway for 1.25 million to be incorporated as we develop the criteria for selecting the BGAs for further review.
Okay. I also had a question about just pacing here. I heard a lot of anxiety from many residents about, what could be a dramatic change in their lives in these areas, but I wonder how are we talking that these changes in these because priority seems like a funny word when we could be talking about development that happens over the next 25 years. Like we're talking a lifetime of change here. I'm just wondering if we're unnecessarily concerning folks. Does that make sense?
I guess I'll see if this is kind of what you're getting at, that rezoning is just one portion of the redevelopment process. The intent would be to streamline development processes, but there still could be, subdivision, lot consolidation, development permit, building permit, and each individual parcel owner would have their own, performance that they work out in terms of getting financing, assessing the market demand. So no, we don't expect that we will rezone and see immediate uptake everywhere. We want to pick places we think uptake could happen in a reasonable time frame, but the expectation wouldn't be that once the rezoning occurs that we see a flood of applications all at once, if that's sort of what you're asking.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to get a sense of market demand. Like if even at the wildest city plan forecast, half of new growth is supposed to be in redeveloping areas. And even then, I mean, if we're going to welcome potentially another 45,000 people onto like exhibition lands, Blatchford and the West 240, I just don't see that we're going to see a stream of high rises along the West LRT route in my lifetime.
Yeah, and that goal for the 50% infill is to the 2 million population threshold. So when we're looking at these, we are looking at, again, that incremental rate that we'll see that infill take place.
Yeah, so is it, I guess the flip then too, if these are our priorities, does it create a sense of folks in other areas, if a project's being proposed that they may oppose, that they can say, no, this isn't a priority area, this is a low priority area, go put this development somewhere else?
Councillor, this is.
How would we navigate that?
This project is a implementation measure. It doesn't inhibit or change the way we would evaluate discrete projects in other areas of the city. So the purpose of this one would be to focus the city's efforts in terms of implementing and igniting some of that change.
And is it guidelines or will it be a mass upzoning? Does that make sense? Like automatically now, if you're on White Ave, you can go up to 8 stories, or is it just a guideline that this is where we anticipate more development and we're going to fix the sewage pipes first?
So in terms of answering that question, we're going to be looking more carefully within the priority growth area to select certain areas within it that we think have the best redevelopment potential and make the most sense. And for the infrastructure upgrades, we'll be asking, as part of the studies, it will identify what the upgrades are, what the development thresholds will be, and what the suggested timing should be for those upgrades.
Councillor, just to add, I know you're out of time, but the purpose of this project at the end date is to have rezonings in front of council next Q1. So that would mark the major milestone of the project.
Great, thank you for that. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, so let me follow up on that. So what exactly are we talking about when we're talking about rezoning? When you look at the map of the 19 priority growth areas, we're not talking about, when you say you pick 4 or 6, are you talking about rezoning the entire PGA, or are you talking about rezoning segments of each of PGA based on whatever criteria that you may follow?
The latter. We'll be looking at select areas that we think have the greatest redevelopment potential within those areas.
Mr. Mayor, it's still going to be a broad approach as well. It'll look individual by individual parcel to see what zone is best fitting and what infrastructure is required, but to expect to see some broad rezonings across these 4 to 6 PGAs.
So broad, like that will cover the entire PGA. Then there'll be specific rezoning within those that broad rezoning. Like, help me understand this.
So let's just take an example. We have a main street that's a primary corridor. That's on the main street. It's identified that the PGA right now is 2 to 3 blocks wide. We'll go and we'll evaluate where the greatest potential is for the efforts of the rezoning. So that may be the 1 or 2 block wide area, and then rezone that in line with our infrastructure studies and other technical studies.
Okay, but then that raises a concern for me to kind of have will there be check-ins? Will there be check-ins for the council through a committee, like that we know how the work is proceeding?
So, Mr. Mayor, right now the project plan as outlined is that we come back to public hearing with the proposed rezonings. Between now and then, we'll be engaging with the public and the various stakeholder groups, including the BIAs, the community leagues, and industry groups, and the public at large. We will refine those PGAs and work with those groups and individuals on what the best fit is for the zones, and then we'll bring it forward in front of council for a vote.
Well, that concerned me. Like, I understand the city plan is absolutely, for me, important, and priority growth areas, the identification of those is absolutely important. But what I'm hearing now is a lot of, like, I'm not clear what will happen and what will bring forward in Q1 2025 without even having any say into until that day, right? I think I worry that this may turn into another confused, unclear public hearing that we saw recently on the public space places bylaw, right? So I worry about that when you don't check in with council members, right? And all of a sudden you dump something in front of us and all of us try to understand, even though we have base level of understanding of the city plan, and that's the driving force and the 19th and understanding around the
I will.
yeah, go ahead, Lisa, go ahead, please.
I was just going to add that we are planning to provide a memo to council after the areas have been selected to inform you on which of those areas there are, just to add to what Travis was explaining.
Mr. Mayor, this is Kim. I'll just add that, the work that the team is undertaking is no different than a land development application or rezoning process. So you, through this report, will understand the work plan and approach that we'll be taking to conduct this work. We will keep council updated along the way, whether it's through a memo to council. But through the rezoning process is really implementing what will be approved, if approved, assuming district planning work later this year, we'll be implementing that policy work through zones.
Yeah, but like a regular rezoning is more kind of a one parcel spot zoning, like a not spot, one parcel zoning. But this is bigger than that. Like some of these areas are bigger. So I'm okay. Maybe I'll think about it. Maybe I'll come for next round of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll maybe pick up from there as well. I think, I think what I'm hearing from the mayor is potentially a desire for a committee check-in, maybe sometime in the fall or, at a timeline that makes sense. Just wondering what the implications are for that in terms of project timing.
So our timeline and our budget is quite constrained. The budget and funding packages is only for essentially 2024, and we're doing a little bit of straddling work on that one. But that isn't a reason to not do proper engagement or check-ins. I would say that the way that the project is outlined, that it's a continuum of city plan, district plan, and zoning bylaws. So it's the implementation or that recognition of the zones in relation to the statutory plans in place. So we have or will have at that time the direction provided by council in terms of what these nodes and corridors are intended to look like. The job of this plan and the rezoning is to match the zones that fit those intended outcomes that council is directing through its policy work.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that, and I think these are the right steps to be taking. I'm reflecting on the fact that this again, not unprecedented by any extent, but definitely sort of a new approach, or something that we haven't necessarily done consistently or sort of across multiple areas of the city at one time. So just wondering again if these are sort of the first few that are going forward, if having that check-in prior to public hearing maybe helps that process go a bit more smoothly.
So there are some hurdles to that as well. We can't bring a suite of zones in front of council without triggering a public hearing in terms of quorum, et cetera.
Yeah.
So that's why, as Kim was saying, this is very much like a regular rezoning where the zone is proposed and then council will decide if it fits its plans or any other means as they desire. So it's not a piece of policy work that there is in-depth debate that can be had on it. It really is it a right or wrong kind of situation when it gets to public hearing?
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point, just in terms of the, that being a legal process and us having legal obligations under that. I think the memo in terms of the, when the sites are selected is, I think that's a very helpful check-in for sure. But I'll see if other colleagues want to comment or reflect on that. Maybe just related to timing, really appreciate hearing that, it's aligning with district planning. Just wanted to be clear as well that I don't want anything to be recognizing that these are priority areas, that we're not slowing down rezonings or redevelopment. So if someone were to come forward with a rezoning in one of the identified areas, we wouldn't be advising them to wait, would we? We would say, move forward through the LDA process. Is that the case?
We'd be advising them that this project is ongoing, and if they wanted to match those timelines, they could. If they wanted to move faster, they could as well.
Okay, great to hear. And then just in terms of some of the questions that came up from our speakers, I think there was mention of sort of, you know, there's city plan, district plan, and then there'll be the more fine-grained plans. I had not understood that we were planning to do more fine-grained plans. I had understood that district planning was intended to sort of be the most detailed level of planning that we're doing on a neighborhood basis. Is that correct?
You are correct. There has been no intention to do finer grain nodes and corridors planning. The only exception may be around the downtown because of its complexity and its overall outsized impact on the city.
Okay, great. And that is partially, well, to a large extent, to sort of manage some of the plan proliferation that we've had in the past and ensure consistency across the city. Is that fair?
Correct. Yeah, that is the intention of district planning, is to harmonize that planning framework. And part of that is the actual repealing of plans that have been done in the past, so that we do have that consistent framework across the city that's in line with city plan.
Great, great. Okay, appreciate that. I didn't have any further questions, but I'll come back to Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. So maybe I'm the only one concerned about this, but I do want to share with you that not having understanding how the 4 or 6 areas will be selected, not understanding the criteria at this time, and not having a say in the selection of those 4 or 6 areas concerns me, because am I understanding that the council and committee will not have a say what those 4 or 6 areas are?
Mr. Mayor, in terms of having a say, I would say right now those priority growth areas follow previous council direction in terms of that nodes and corridor network within the city plan. In terms of notification of what those areas selected are, the intention right now is to provide council a memo outlining those ones selected to move forward for rezoning.
Yeah.
We hear the concerns, and we can take that back and look at the timeline to see if there's additional efforts that we can do.
Yeah. No, I understand. I appreciate the memo, but memo is just for information. Memo does not provide opportunity for council members to ask questions around the criteria, right? What went into selecting those I'm absolutely committed to all 19. Like if you were developing a process for all 19, it's a different approach. But if you're going to select, I would like to understand how you came with those 4 or 6, right? Which I see not having that ability to do so. And when I reflect on ZBR process, there were multiple check-ins. I would say the outcome of that process was much more productive, as well as got us to where we needed to be. And I worry about that we will not having that check-in, not following that process worries me that we will actually antagonize communities, because I wouldn't even know what community engagement will look like until that report comes to us in the first quarter of 2025. I just want to can you speak to that worry?
Yeah, definitely hearing it, Mr. Mayor, and understand the concern around not having visibility in terms of what those PGAs are selected for rezonings. And as mentioned, I think we can look at opportunities to provide that ability, whether it's through a distinct report or maybe it's through another mechanism in which we can bring that forward for discussion.
Yeah, and again on the engagement, on the engagement, community engagement as well, right? You can provide us a memo, but memo does not allow us to reset the direction if we feel the direction is not going in the right way. But then all of a sudden we get surprised by the number of concerns being raised from the members of the public. So I'm just flagging that. Maybe I'll stop here. We'll see. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chair Stevenson.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, sorry, just switching back from eScribe to the meeting. I guess to administration, just in hearing the conversation today, and it was percolating, but it hasn't really shored up, is the criteria that you'll be using. Can you elaborate more on the research and the other pieces that you'll be using to inform this phase 2?
Yeah, so we've been looking at a variety of the other municipalities and what they're doing. Lots of work is being done right now in British Columbia related to matching zoning to their official community plans. We've seen this done called pre-zoning in Ontario. Calgary's also undertaken a similar process in the past with their main streets, where they had over 20 main streets and narrowed it down to a select few. So we're definitely looking at other examples that are being done. In terms of the criteria, as you mentioned, mass transit is something that is often used for rationale for areas that should be, that city initiated zoning takes place in. And so we'll be investigating that a little bit further through that process.
Okay, because I see with the map and the attachment in the report, it doesn't look like what I would imagine would be concentrated effort along some of the LRT lines, for example. So I just want to make sure, like, for me, like, when we talk about, there's two things that I'm hearing, like market demand and all of those things. But if we're spending billions on LRT infrastructure, why wouldn't those areas surrounding that, like for the Valley Line, for example, like it looks very sparse in that map?
So the Valley Line, there is concentrations of priority growth areas. We'll see if you're talking about the East Valley Line, they're around Bonnie Doon and Millwoods Town Center. There is a large industrial area, so there's not a priority growth area through there around Argyle Road, just because priority growth areas are focused on areas that are expected to see lots of residential growth happening. So if that's kind of the area you're talking about, that's one of the reasons.
I mean, even if you look at the criteria in the report, and then what I heard from the answer is like mass transit planning to 1.25 million, for example, correct?
Yes, that's definitely going to be a highly weighted criteria.
But when I look at the map, for example, there is no priority growth in anywhere south of Kings or north of Kingsway.
So the priority growth areas were identified prior to this project. They were brought to council, I think, in June 2022 initially, and then subsequently in district planning. So we're working within that existing prioritization.
Okay, and then my other question is around, one of the things that I think about is all the efforts we've made to unlock industrial land, yet in Mestatum, we still have a lot of land that's not being uptaken. And one of the reasons that was brought to my attention is just private property ownership. So I guess the question in this situation around residential is, even if we do this, does it matter? If the private, because it is ultimately about the private property owner wanting to do that work, right?
In this project, the city will be initiating the zonings, and we have the ability to do that.
No, we'll do the rezonings, but if we're rezoning areas that are already owned, like was brought up by like the Glenora resident, by homeowners, like they're not going to be moving anytime soon. They don't want to redevelop to high density. So even if it's rezoned, like we're not seeing, like it's not going to be a magic bullet that's going to increase density significantly. I'm just trying to tamper expectations, both for the public and council.
Yes, as previously stated, it likely won't initiate mass development permits coming in. We are trying to select areas that we think have more potential, but you are correct.
But wouldn't it still create that scarcity issue that Councillor Salvador was talking about, right? Because if you mass upzone a priority growth area and then one parcel becomes available, wouldn't that up the property value on that one that's for sale?
So, Councillor, just in terms of property values and how this may or may not affect it, what I would point to is that council's intentions are already known, and the development potential of that land is already known through other statutory plans, whether it be district plan or city plan. So that would be taken into effect in terms of that land price. What this rezoning does is remove barriers towards that development process, or streamline that development process in terms of having that one piece of the process done ahead of time.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I'm not seeing any other speakers on the board. Maybe I'll just sort of continue that line of questioning. So I'm hearing a commitment from administration to provide a memo when the 6 areas are provided or selected. Do we have a rough sense of when that might be?
We're happy to provide that memo. Lisa, if you can just tell us when that fits into your time frame.
Yeah, we're looking to, following this meeting, be determining these areas within Q1. So I think we'd be looking to plan for that early Q2, potentially could make sense.
And Councillor Stevenson, I'll just add, we can also include like the communications and engagement approach so that there's a more robust understanding of what that looks like in terms of how we're going to bring the communities that we're doing this work along on this journey of the rezoning process.
Great. Yeah, I think that would be really helpful detail to share as part of that memo. I appreciate that because at that point you will have a sense of which areas it's going to be and what engagement could look like. So that makes a lot of sense to me. I'm wondering as well, I would assume that as part of that engagement process, you'll be producing sort of the what we heard reports. Is that, when those are prepared, is that something that could also potentially be shared with council? Would that be appropriate?
Yep, I think as it continues on, we can update council, and we'll have a project website that'll have those on it as well.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think getting it in our inboxes is always very helpful, and that way, then we have just sort of that sense of how the process is going, and if any course correction or adjustment is needed, then we have the information at hand. Okay, well, I'm not seeing anyone else click on, so I will maybe turn to. I will just do the motion for this report, which will be to receive the February 27th, 2024 Urban Planning Committee and Economy Report, UPE 01232, for information. Would anybody like to speak to this? I'll just give a moment for colleagues to click on. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you to administration for your work, but I'm going to raise some flags as I have done during my time questioning to administration. I am concerned about the very tight timelines on this, and that will not be able to. I think wouldn't be fair to administration as well, because my worry is that we are not setting them up for success on this by having these kind of very tight timelines, and they would not be able to. And we heard that budget is constrained, timelines are constrained, that they will not be able to do the kind of robust engagement required with the community, as well as I would say with council. And when this will come to us first quarter of 2025, there'll be a lot of unanswered questions or unnecessary questions that would have actually been answered if there were other check-ins built in between, right? So I want to raise that. I also want to raise that because of the timelines, I think community would not be satisfied. Once you select 4 or 5, 6 areas and you want to have a deeper engagement with the communities, there'll be not enough time to have the kind of a robust, meaningful engagement that is required for this. And third one I want to raise is that it's not clear to me yet, even though some clarity has been provided about which parts will be zoned, which will not be zoned. Are we looking at the broader area? Then what are we looking at within the broader area? It's not clear. It's not clear. I think a check-in would have been better to ask those questions, but I don't see the desire on the committee to have that check-in. So I look forward to the memo. Maybe memos will shed some light that may lead to some further questions that we can internally raise. But again, that does not provide for that public conversation around these changes. My another worry is, and this is Councillor Rutherford highlight that at Councillor Jans as well. We have in the past zoned areas where very little development had happened. Quarters come to mind because of fragmented ownership of property. I also think back onto to the Century Park LRT discussion and the potential around Century Park Station. Some development is happening, but not to the level that that was envisioned when those early discussions happened. But we end up scaring the community to the level, and I think in some of these cases, because we are unable to have that conversation in mid block or whatever, right? I mean, in between, because we don't have check-ins. My worry is that we will create unnecessary anxiety in some of the areas if the wrong areas are selected for a pilot. So those are the flags I'm raising with the administration. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. Really appreciated the conversation, the report, all the speakers that came out today. This is an exciting body of work, and I really appreciated the dialogue that we got to have. I do see this as an important continuation of the commitment we made to Edmontonians to achieving the goals outlined in the city plan. There was an extensive body of engagement that went into the creation of the city plan, and it's important that we honor those voices while moving forward with appropriate levels of engagement that complement our foundational city plan engagement. And I know many of us took part in those engagement sessions, which were quite robust. I was reflecting on those, and I even remember the block game where all sorts of different people acknowledged that if we're going to accommodate another million people, we should try to fit them within our city. And those are the sorts of conversations where we had to acknowledge trade-offs. And that was partly what led us to the nodes and corridors concept, which is reflected in the city plan, and of which the priority growth areas arose from. And, I think when it comes down to making real changes to concentrate more density along nodes and corridors and to shift from lower intensities, we need to be looking at all the tools that we have within our toolbox to do so. And I really do see this project as one of those tools. It is an implementation measure, and it's about aligning the zones that fit the intended outcomes that council has already made clear through policy direction. looking back at the city plan, there's very explicit language in the city plan that addresses the need for appropriate and enabling zoning and other treatments to activate our nodes and corridors and shift our development concept. To me, this is not about radical change. It's about making good incremental decisions that add up over time to help build a more healthy, urban, prosperous, and climate resilient city where folks have access to housing choice and opportunities to live locally with amenities and services close to home. So I do want to thank administration for their excellent work on this file. I think the work plan looks really good. To me, the timelines and engagement and overall approach seems really thoughtful and well considered. And just to close, I'm reminded that just last year, 66,000 people moved to Edmonton, and it is more urgent than ever that we plan effectively and efficiently so that the outcome of welcoming these people is orderly and timely. It is incredibly important work that you're doing, and I look forward to following it as it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I won't take too long. I'm overall really supportive of this work plan that's before us today, with the addition of the memo back once those priority growth areas are selected. But I did want to talk about some of the conversation from the speakers around the public engagement, and to echo some of Councillor Salvador's comments around honoring the engagement that's already happened and building on that. This work is almost like a funnel where it did start at the broad create, and slowly over time, being honest with the public about their level of influence is important. And so I think sometimes, with the public engagement policy, we've lost sight of that. Part of the reason that we've created that is to be honest with the public about what their level of influence is. And I know that not all the time that it's what the public wants, but it's also that there's other factors like previous engagement, technical studies, research, and other policy inputs that are playing into, and legislation in this case, usually with zoning, that are also playing into this. So I do think that while create or co-creation is good in blue sky thinking, pie in the sky thinking, and I do think that it's important that you use create whenever possible, when those opportunities exist. We also have to be honest with the public about where that could actually create more frustration and more mistrust. If we say that we can do co-creation, but really that's not a thing that can happen in this sense. So with that, I support this. I think that it coming back to public hearing, I hope we struggle, because then, especially with these mass rezonings, if that's the next check-in, certain things are not considered valid land use considerations. And that's always a big frustration that I have. And from a parcel to parcel perspective, I guess it's not, but we are talking about bigger parcels. I could see that for me being a frustration when this does come to public hearing. But I think we need to be bold. I think we do need to be courageous, and I think we do need to take every step possible to reach those city plan goals and to build up rather than out. And hopefully this is one more step in that process. And lastly, to folks, I just want to really reiterate again, the zoning bylaw was a like for like, or as close to like for like as possible. And this is now a new project. So I know, again, there was that sentiment from community members about how they were told one thing and now it's another. The zoning bylaw rezoning itself, for that piece was in nearest equivalency zone or like for like. And now we're pushing that even further in these priority growth areas. So I hope that helps sort of parse that out and that process out a little bit. But anyway, thank you very much to administration, and thank you to my colleagues for this rich discussion and look forward to the next steps.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, and I'm sorry I'm on the phone here. I was just out at the doctor, so trying to do listen in. I missed about half an hour from 3 to 3:30, but heard everything else. So just wanted to offer a few thoughts. So I hear, so we're going to pull both from points from Mayor Sohi and Councillor Rutherford. As I think about this body of work, what I heard in the discussion and the questions of administration is that we are essentially at the beginning of the process here. This is a new process. So I think there was some concern about, how far along is this rezoning? We're at the very start. So taking Mayor Sohi's point, I think the one thing I would flag for city administration is that there is likely to be that tension between, if a single property owner came forward with a rezoning application along a primary corridor and it's a standard zone, that might not be through as extensive as a community engagement process as if somebody wanted to do a direct control zone, or if somebody was looking to do something above and beyond what the current plans have. And I would suggest that we might want to consider, even though from what I would understand from the conversation is that we are likely going to come forward with zones that directly align with the plan, we might want to do more than what a typical applicant would do as part of the public engagement process. And the example I'll use as to the reason that there might be value in that more thorough process is we had an application last term for row housing on a corner lot in the community of Glenwood that fully aligned with the approved area redevelopment plan, of which many community members in that community actually supported. And yet when that application came forward, it was a standard zone that completely complied with the ARP, which was supported by the community. And yet there was a lot of community members who maybe weren't part of the ARP process, or don't follow land use as much as the rest of us in the room do. And I think that created a lot of tension and a lot of frustration from some of those residents, because ultimately council did support that application because it was row housing on a corner lot as perfectly aligned with the ARP. And yet there were certainly some residents that came out of that experience feeling really frustrated because maybe they weren't involved with the ARP process, maybe they didn't follow along with that. And so had there been maybe some better engagement up front, could that have helped make sure everyone is at least coming at it from the same starting point, understanding what policies have already been approved? What are we currently working with? And then how does whatever being proposed align or not align with those plans? So that's the piece I would pull from. I think there's value in doing maybe a higher level of engagement, more like we would do with the DC2 as part of that zoning, in part to help address what Councillor Rutherford suggested is to making sure we're setting expectations too, and that people know what's approved, what can already be built, what the plan envisions, so that there's less opportunity for surprises. So I'll leave it there because unfortunately I don't have a clock right in front of me, so I think I'm coming up close to that time, but that's more of my flag to administration, is to maybe to make sure that you're not treating this in the way you might a standard zone that is perfectly aligned with the community plan, because a lot of folks who might be entering this process might not be starting at the same point that everyone else here today is. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Knack, and you had 45 seconds left, but appreciate you sticking to your internal clock on that. I don't see anyone else to speak, so I will close just by echoing a lot of what we've heard today. Mainly that I'm very excited for this work and really appreciate the report that has come forward. I think the work plan is really robust. What's really exciting for me is that this is that process of taking our city plan vision from concept to reality. For me, this is a critical step in achieving our vision and the vision that so many Edmontonians contributed to. We know that what we've set out in City Plan really reflects planning and climate change best practice, and that it's a future that will help us to be more prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive. So I do appreciate my colleagues' reflections on the engagement process. You know, I think the opportunity to have a check-in with a memo is a really good opportunity to ensure that we are have a moment to reflect and consider the process and what we hear from Edmontonians in this process. As some have mentioned, I think engaging on items where a higher order policy already sets clear guidelines can lead to a lot of frustration and mistrust. I am excited with the memo, though, to hear a little bit more in detail in terms of what the engagement plans look like and what Edmontonians can expect from that. You know, I'm really impressed by the insights and the focus of the city staff team who are leading this process. I'm really excited to see the results of the technical work that's underway, and again, feel that it's very robust. So thank you again so much for everyone involved in this work. Thank you to everyone who's contributed to the project so far, and for all the voices that will take part moving forward. With that, I will ask committee members to vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. So that was our last item, 7.4. Do we have any notices of motions or motions without customary notice? Not hearing any, we are adjourned. Thank you and have a great evening.